O Show. This is the Big 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 O Show.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
It's the Big O Show. Judge, you tuned in to the hottest sports radio.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
Orlando, a.k.a. the Big O. He covers all the South Florida teams.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Offense to the heat, well, you know what I mean. Monday to Friday, Lollipop, blow in the...
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Show on the radio, the top's where we gonna go. Miami, that's the way we roll.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support.
On the morning show, we go. No one has a similar show. Talk sports, talk plays, talk.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Live and direct, because nobody do it better than Big O in the set. From sunrise, listen live.
When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today, 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchased with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing a personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Yes, good morning and welcome aboard on a beautiful hump day. It is a Wednesday. Hope everybody's doing well. Got plenty of things to do today, of course. Got plenty of guests to talk to, and we've got our Inside the Paint program, our Palette Rack City. Inside the Paint program at 10 o'clock. That's why on Wednesdays, the show normally starts at 10 a.m., but on Wednesdays, we go at 9:30 because we kind of warm up the seat for Ira and Clay and get this thing going. And then, we do a little talk here and then leading into the boys, and then we will continue. Alan Poupar is going to join us at 12:30 to talk a little Miami Dolphins with our Sports Grill Miami Dolphins Insider Report. And remember, we will be at Sports Grill this Sunday in Miami Lakes. Get your asses out there, all right? Join us out there. Watch the Dolphins with us. Beat the Bills. Celebrate with us. Pre-game, we'll be doing it right there in front of you. So we'll take your questions also on the post-game show. We'll have an open mic. So in the post-game show, you got a question, you can come up to the table, grab the mic, ask your question. You'll be on the air like everybody else. That's the closest thing that we have to phone calls, actually, is a live mic. You know what I mean? Because I don't think I plan on putting any phone calls to this show. I kind of learned my lesson with Onside on that one. But so we got all of that. And Michelle Kaufman also, she is going to try to squeeze us in. She's got something she's doing. She's doing work this morning. But once her work is done, we might get her sometime in the 11 o'clock hour to talk a little bit about that crazy game last night for Inter Miami that they were able to win. A little luck on their side because there's no doubt that Toronto scored on that goal. I don't know how they couldn't see it or anything like. Hey, I'll take it, man. Sometimes you got to have a little luck, and the boys have had, a run there. And I was thinking about this, okay? This is crazy shit, all right? Do you realize, well, some of you won't realize this because you don't care about soccer, but you care about the Dolphins, right? You realize that Flo and Phil Neville from Inter Miami, they have something in common. They are brothers, maybe from another mother, but they are absolutely brothers here in sports. They do have a comparison that we can make. In Flo's first year, the Miami Dolphins started 0-7, as you all know. And the first couple games, it was hell, and we were feeling terrible and all that. And I'm trying to preach patience and hang in there. And then things got better, and he never lost the team. And they went 5-4 and beat the Patriots at the end. You remember that, obviously. We've talked about this several times on the show. Well, Phil Neville inherited a dysfunctional group. And they made a couple of changes. They added a couple of players. Their start was horrible. They were at the bottom of the table or standings. For those of you that, if you want to look at our way, American style is standings, their style all over the world is table. But anyway, so in the standings, they were in the bottom of the standings. Now, after winning a whole bunch of games, I think they've won 3 in a row. They've got points in like 9 of 10 games or something like. They're in 5th place. They jumped from 9th to 5th last night with that win. And Phil has the same thing that Flo did. He inherited dysfunction. He inherited a terrible team that had no chemistry. They started terrible. They should have tuned his ass out, right? Because that happens all the time. And they didn't tune him out. And he actually kept them, focused and getting better every week and working at it. And look where they're at now. I don't know if they're going to win the MLS Cup or anything like that. I mean, yesterday they had tons of chances. It was a really frustrating game because Inter dominated the first half. It was so entertaining. Some of the best passing they've ever had so far. I know it's only 2 years, but in the 2 years that I've been watching them, that was some of the best passing that I have seen in an Inter uniform, and they just couldn't finish plays. And then they got the break. But I got to tell you, that's the one thing that when I look at the comparisons of the two coaches, okay, that there's similarities there that I gotta give props to Neville, man. He pulled a flow this year. He really did. He has turned that team around. And let me say something. Maybe people should start talking about him being one of the coaches of the year. Not that he'll win it, but he needs to start getting some recognition for what he's doing, because really, I did not see this coming. It's crazy stuff. So congratulations to Inter Miami picking up that victory on the road yesterday in Toronto. That was mighty sweet. And more than anything, congratulations to Phil Neville, man. Holy crap, man. That guy has coached his ass off. And for all those people that were picking on him because he was the women's coach and all, soccer, dude. You know the game, you can coach it. We got to get past this sexist shit that we have in this world. And we're so I'm not, but I mean, we are chauvinistic in this world. And just because one level or the other doesn't change the game. The athletes change the game, of course, but the game is still the same. Doesn't matter what you're playing. You're playing high school baseball, or you're playing college baseball, or you're playing Major League Baseball. It's still baseball, different levels, but you still got to learn the game itself. So, Neville earning his stripes, as they say. So good stuff. Congratulations to Phil Neville and Inter Miami, man. Wow. Great stuff. All right. So what else do we have that we want to talk about? Gus says, good morning, everybody. Happy 60th birthday to the GOAT, Dan Marino. Really? I didn't even realize it's Dan's birthday. Wow. Happy birthday to Dan, dude. That's awesome. That is fantastic. That's one card I'll never sell. I have Marino's rookie card. Never sell that. Never, ever, 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 ever will sell that card. I will always have that card. Some other ones I'll get rid of. That's one. That's for sure. Any one plan on blooding up a loser Bill fan this weekend? No, you're not doing any of that stuff. There's no need for fights, bro. Okay? It's sports. Let's have some fun. I've watched those fights like in Washington that they that guy beat the living crap out of him. What was the other fight that I saw on social media? What was the other it's another game. I think it was the Rams game. Yes, it was the Rams, because it was in the Rams concourse where that fight was going on too. And listen, here's what's okay. I don't want anybody fighting. Okay. So now when I'm about to make light of people fighting at stadiums and all that stuff, which is just moronic. But can I say something funny about all of this? And at the same time, while I'm not trying to make light of it, this is also a suggestion for some people out there, especially women, okay? Women, I want you to understand that men are Neanderthals. That's just what we are. We are a breed that is just, several notches under the ladies. Okay. It just is what it is. So I want to warn you ladies out there about something that you do at stadiums all over the world, and you probably do it in multiple languages. But I can only understand English, so I'm just going to go or Spanish actually. So I'm just going to give you a bit of advice, ladies, on all of this. Okay, if your boyfriend, husband, whatever is getting in a fight, or you are in a group and your husband's friend or boyfriend or whatever is in a fight, I just want you to know this. All right, just prepare yourself, ladies. Are you ready? Stop, you guys. Stop. That doesn't work. I just want you to know that. Because in all these videos, there's women all in the back. Stop. Stop. That doesn't work. I just want you to know, in the middle of the fight, they've tuned your ass out. They're not hearing you say anything. It's kind of like football players. Sometimes fans don't realize that sometimes football players or baseball players or basketball players are so psyched. There's crowd noise, but they don't hear it. It's just noise. It's just out there, and they have tuned it out. They're not listening to the individual words that are coming out. Hey, you suck. Your mother wears combat boots, all this kind of stuff. They tune it out because you're just focused on what you're trying to do. And in the middle of a fight, okay, the fat guy's probably trying more to pick up his pants because his ass crack is half out, or, whatever, or he's got a shirt over his head, or he's got four guys hitting him, like in the Rams one, all that kind of stuff. The ladies in the background going, stop, guys, stop, stop. I have never seen that work. Just want you to know. You're better off getting a hose from the wall for fires and spraying the two dudes. Maybe you can separate them that way. You're better off maybe calling security. We don't want you ladies to get in the middle of the fight because then you'll get hurt. But I just want you to know, stop doesn't help. It's not going to do a damn thing. I'm serious. Watch every video you've ever seen of people fighting, and you always hear the women, stop, 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 you guys. Don't do this. And the guys, they're rolling over. They're all rolling over rolls. They're getting knocked over chairs. They're hitting walls. There's three guys on top of one. There's 3 against 3. And meanwhile, the women, they think the magic word, stop, stop. Never works. Just want you to know that. All right. So we got a loaded show today. We got a bunch of things to talk about. I see the chat board is already active. Thank you. Don't forget to smash the hell out of the like button. It is incredibly important that you smash the like button, please, as you all know. Thank you all again. As we told you yesterday, although it went up now it's 1.1 million downloads in the last 30 days. It just continues. I appreciate it, man. You guys are amazing. Over 160,000 downloads in the last couple of days. It has been monstrous. So I appreciate all of you out there with the support, and share the links as always. Send the links to a friend for YouTube, for the podcast, all of that. If you're podcasting day or night, please smash the like button. Remember, you can always reach out on email at bigradioshow@yahoo.com. You can also reach out on Twitter. Follow us on Twitter, man. I encourage you to follow us on Twitter at Big O Show. You can find out everything going on the show, appearances, all of that kind of stuff. Friday will be at Caneswear. So in 2 days, we got 2 appearances this week. Friday at Caneswear in Davie. You can get your Inter Miami gear there, man. They're on a roll. And then Sunday, we're at Sports Grill in Miami Lakes for our pre- and post-game show for the Dolphins and the Bills, which you can go to Caneswear and get some Dolphin gear there. They've got Dolphin gear, they've got Panthers gear, they've got Heat gear, they've got Inter Miami gear, they've got Marlins gear, and of course, it is Canes heaven there at Caneswear All right. So a lot of stuff there. Let's see. HM says, I got in a fight at the OB during a Jets game. Most fights, whether school bar or event, it's usually over a woman and alcohol is involved. Sometimes it happens. Yeah, it happens. I see Steve Chapman, by the way, got his crown as the number one man in at 7:02 in the morning. Tino Williams was right after, and then Rich V, Jimmy 10, Jamie Zorrilla, GP Trap Hewitt is in. Thomas Jensen says, good morning, Big O. So glad to find you again. To listen to your no sugarcoating opinions and keep it real. Well, thank you, Thomas. I appreciate you, sir. Thank you. Welcome back. We've been doing this for a while now, so thank you. You're able to see. This is why Thomas Jensen is a great example why I tell you to smash the like button, because that makes the show on the algorithms. It allows it to pop up more when people are searching for Miami Dolphins or Miami Heat or Canes content or Inter Miami or whatever, or just sports talk. We will pop up more, and then that will allow us to grow and bring more subscribers, more people, also following on at the podcast and downloading the podcast, all of those things. Remember, you guys are going to help us grow. You want to eliminate this local radio crap that's full of commercials and politics and garbage that they, all that stuff that they, unfortunately, you have to go by when you work for these stinking corporations. This is it right here. This is it right here, where you get Omar Kelly, where you get Ira Winderman, where you get Alan Poupar, where you get Joe Shad, where you get Manny Navarro, where you get Clay Ferraro, where you get Michelle Kaufman today. We cover all sports. Can't wait for hockey to start and get that thing going. I want the Marlins to be relevant, man. Believe it or not, I really want the Marlins to be relevant. Please give Kim Eng a checkbook. Please. Can we give Kim Eng a checkbook? The woman can't do her job if, don't be blaming Kim Eng if they don't come across, they don't cross the line there and get to the playoffs. That's not her fault if they don't allow her to spend some money. So somebody better allow that woman to spend some money, because she cannot be a good, baseball operational person without money. I mean, if you're going to go on the cheap, that's not going to work. So Omar says, sucks. Lost Raekwon Davis for at least 3 weeks. Yeah, I know. It sucks. It sucks. But, hey, listen, go look around the league. There's a lot of people that are going down. I mean, hey, look, put it this way. We could be the Ravens. I'm just saying. What do they have, like 15 people on the IR already? They've lost like 87 running backs, and they signed 87 more after that. And let's be grateful. We're not too bad off. And they didn't play well this week, and they won. They won with balls, and that's awesome. Because I know this, they're going to play better. They're going to improve. We got the coach that makes them get better every week and every year. And I expect a better year this year. And they already started. They're already better. That's the beauty. They're already 1-0. It's freaking awesome, dude. I mean, come on. He didn't go 1-0 the first 2 years. So they're already better. That's, again, I always tell you guys macro. Don't go micro. Go macro. What's going on overall? That's what you got to go by. All right, what else do we have? Just saw Mike Tannenbaum say the Dolphins screwed up taking Tua, and they regret not taking Herbert, and it'll haunt them for years. And they say the front office has no clue. Isn't he a failed GM? So why are you listening to him, Manuel, and why are you quoting him? I'm just saying, dude, it's just like, why are you worried about what he says? You saw him in action here. It's not like it's something that was better. And to be giving up on Tua already, it's like ridiculous. That's fine. I mean, Drew Brees didn't do anything for 3 years. Okay. All right. Players, you got to give them some time. Actually, I shouldn't even insult Tua with the Drew Brees example. That sounds weird, doesn't it? And I mean this because Tua clearly outplayed Brees with a bad hip in his first year. Let's have some fun. Let's look at the early Drew Brees stats. See, the problem is that there isn't perspective here, and we want content to just shock people because we have to do it that way because that's what's going to get um, eyes on there and people to download it and panic and all this kind of crap. Let me see here. Okay, there we go. All right, because I'm pretty sure Brees' stats early in his career were really, really bad. 2021, he only played one game, so already Drew Brees did better. 1 TD. Second year, he played 16 games and threw 17 touchdowns and 16 interceptions. So let's do this. Let's have some fun. Measure Drew Brees' second year to Tua, and Brees wasn't coming back from a hip surgery. And then his third year was 11 touchdowns and 15 interceptions, and then he took off 27-7, and then the rest is Hall of Fame history. But no, let's just overreact. You know, what the hell? It's just perspective, man. Perspective. Okay, perspective. If I didn't like the kid, I'd tell you I didn't like the kid, and I don't think he can play, but I think he can play, and I don't overreact with a lot of this stuff going on. They won, right? I last time I checked, they won, right? Okay, good. The kid won more than he lost last year, right? With a bad hip, he threw more touchdowns than he lost, than interceptions, right? With a bad hip. Okay, well, he already outplayed Drew Brees in his first year. Let's see if he can outplay Drew Brees in his second year. And everybody gave up on Drew Brees. Just happens, man. This is nothing new in this league. And to just, cast people aside, and then imagine he then suffers a shoulder injury. He never even had a strong arm coming out of Purdue, but then he suffers a shoulder injury. So, again, gotta kind of slow your roll, as they say. And the best thing you do is don't listen to Mike Tannenbaum. It's like when some of you reach out to me and you're quoting Colin Cowherd. And I laugh because since I've done this for a long time, I can tell the hosts that live off of their producers and that they really aren't watching the games themselves. And that's one of those kind of dudes that lives off of his producers doing all the work and setting everything up for them. And so that's why Mike Tannenbaum, are you kidding me? That's where you're going to quote? Don't do that to yourself, my brother. Let's see. Tannenbaum is out of a job. His opinion doesn't matter. His actions got him fired. He's trying to make money by giving what he thinks are hot takes. Exactly. Hawaii Dolphin says Tua and Waddle will be the best dual threat for years to come, period. I think it's going to be a fantastic combination. I'm with you, man. I'm with you because that kid is going to be so difficult to cover, especially from the slot, because from the slot, you can use the entire field. Whereas when you're on the outside, obviously you've got to go from the outside in or outside down. From that slot, you can go in multiple directions and obviously up the field. And a guy like Waddle who can change directions on a dime, it behooves you to leave him there in the slot and just create havoc. And as I told you yesterday, Waddle is going to force some teams to move one of their boundary corners. If they can play in the slot, they're going to move them inside at times. But that's the beauty of adding Will Fuller this week, because now you've got two burners that are going to absolutely terrorize the defense. Albert Wilson had his opportunity this past week and didn't do anything with it. So now Will Fuller will take over, and we'll see how everything then gets handled from here on out. And it should, in this game, things with Gesicki should open up also. New England did a nice job of bracketing and trying to keep Gesicki out of the mix, and they did exactly that. And Tua was smart enough not to force it into Gesicki. The other night with Derek Carr, it felt like he forced some throws at times where there were several people, around the football. And it was kind of weird that he would keep going to certain people that were clearly covered. One time he threw one where there were 4 people around the football, and you're like, dude, you're playing with fire. And it was crazy. He did it a couple times. And so I give Tua credit that whatever they were doing with Gesicki, he felt like, okay, this is going to put me in some danger of a turnover. I'm going to stay away from it. And listen, that's what Belichick is known. He's going to find a way to take something out, so then the game plan becomes a little easier in their eyes. And listen, it was a good game plan because it was a 17-16 game. Both teams had a chance to win. Miami was the one that was able to pull it out, which was pretty cool. All right. Remember, many ways to reach out to the program: Yahoo email, Twitter, Big O Show, YouTube, of course. You can chime in on the chat board. We've got the Palo Rack City Inside the Paint show coming up here at the top of the hour. Remember, you can send the guys questions here on the chat board as always. That's a nice way to communicate with the fellas. Don't forget, Cash App and Venmo is a way you can also support the show. Cash Big O Show. That's Cash Big O Show. Let's see what we have here on the chat board. Ronald says, I have a feeling Flo didn't want to show too much. He knows we need to beat the Bills. They need to beat every divisional opponent, my brother. There's only 17 games. So I think they tried to win the game, and they showed whatever they had to do. Gus 1388 says, Big O, Joe Rose mentioned you this morning about his retirement. He was asked by Zach in Hollywood to confirm. He had no comment. We're going to miss him, bro. We're going to miss him. He's worked his ass. As I said the other day, in the electronic media, I don't think anybody's ever worked harder than Joe. What Joe has done to do the morning show and TV for as long as he has, it's incredibly impressive. And the other thing about Joe that he doesn't get enough credit for is that being a former athlete, and I've been, again, in this business a long time, most former athletes are lazy. Most former athletes only know one sport. Most former athletes won't be following or watching any other sport that they don't know. You know, that kind of stuff. That's not Joe. Joe worked his ass off on every level. So, yeah, he will be missed. As I told you, he'll retire. 560 will go by the wayside. They will eliminate 560. It'll become, I don't know what it's going to become, talk or brokered or whatever. It won't be a sports station. They'll keep 790. And here's the other one. If you want another kicker on top of all of that, don't be surprised in 2022 Odyssey's filing for bankruptcy. Just like Clear Channel did years ago. They're still bleeding a ton of money. They're still cutting everywhere, all over the country. They're still cutting because they bought too many stations. They don't know what the hell they're doing. It's a shame, but that's the world we live in, man. It's a tough business. Mama, don't let your babies grow up to be in the radio business. Okay? And maybe the newspaper business, if you ask Ira Winderman, as we caught him again, taking off his glasses. I love how I can off the glasses. Good morning,
what glasses? Gents. Glasses? What glasses?
Right, Ira? Mama, don't let your babies grow up to be in the radio or newspaper business, correct?
Yeah, or mama, let your babies understand how to evolve. And that's the thing. And you've done it to a degree. Honestly, Joe has done it to a degree with his Dolphins color commentary and moving it to other areas. You know what? Mama, let your kids grow up to be versatile. That's the deal. And that's really true in any business. I'm sure Clay appreciates that also in the changing broadcast business, whether it's podcasts, whether it's stuff that his station's putting on Facebook and things like that. That's the one thing I said is I would never let people say, hey, that's one guy who grew old and wouldn't change with the times. You can find me on Twitter. You can find me on Ask Ira. You can find me a lot more online. My mom always asked, you didn't write today? I said, no, Mom, I wrote online a lot. I just didn't write as much on the paper. In the paper, you have to be able to evolve. And you know what? Oh, those who evolve remain relevant and remain visible. And I think that's important also. You can't trust the process anymore. You really have to put more trust in yourself.
That's so well said. That's so well said. I got nothing to add to that. Yeah, like when I was coming out, it was everybody I think had this vision of what it's like to get into television. It's like, oh, it's glamour, it's this, it's that, and it's not. Especially not in sports. There's a lot of you better learn to shoot. You better learn to film. And we had to walk around with these, the large beta cameras. And, you're talking 25, 30 pounds, which, I mean, that's not like enormous. And yet when you're holding it for a long time. But I remember distinctly when sports director for the local NBC station came and told our class that my senior year at Virginia Tech, I looked around and the looks on the faces of the people, it was just like, I'm going to have to do that. And I was like, all right, I don't have to worry about you. I don't have to worry about you. I don't have to worry about you. And I don't have to worry about you. Because like Ira said, you have to be versatile. You have to learn to do a lot of things. And Big O, like you just said about Joe, you have to bust your rear end. I mean, you have to be willing to. Hey, I didn't mean for this whole thing to turn into a like how to tell kids how to get into any one of these media businesses, but it's very simple and it's like a lot of things. Like Ira said, be versatile, be willing to bust your rear end, and be ready to bust your rear end, and that's how you get into this.
You mean, Clay, they have no idea it took you like 12 hours to do that 2-minute piece because you had to do
it's so true. It's so true.
The editing and all that stuff. Because I always laugh at that, right? Because people watch it and they watch this piece you made for 90 seconds, 2 minutes. And, they just cast it aside like nothing. And they don't realize all the crap that you had to go through all day long, waiting for a press conference, waiting for player access, the editing, the stand-up, everything else. And it's just, people don't realize it's not as glamorous as you make it out to be, but in the end, it's work, man.
But we love it. Love it. And it's not, nobody's complaining here. Nobody's complaining. No. We do it. We love it. It doesn't feel like work, but just be ready. Be ready. And that's something to your point, Joe has done for years and love the guy.
Yeah. If I was complaining, then I would have quit this business when I left QAM and not continue to, march on. Obviously, if we're doing this, it's because I love it. And you know what I also love? The Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint show. That's next.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends. When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Time for an hour of hardcore hoops with the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. There's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Let's get to the show basketball fans crave. Let's get inside the paint.
What's up, guys? Good Wednesday morning to you. We have the ever-evolving Ira Winderman alongside me here. Clay Ferraro, thanks for hanging out with us. It's funny, Ira. I feel like we say this every week, but it's like every time we think that there's not going to be a whole lot to talk about, we look and we somehow find that there's a lot to talk about. And so I want to get to a number of things. ESPN came out with their win projections for the NBA, and I want to talk specifically about the Eastern Conference. I thought they gave the Heat some respect. I want to get to that. But I want to start at the top here just with the kind of news of the last 24, 36 hours, which is the Heat roster is now complete. They added Caleb Martin. So a couple of things. Tell me what you know about Caleb Martin as a player, what the two-way contract means for him with this team. But then also, I think the bigger question is, with the Heat roster pretty much set at this point, is this enough for this team? And you can define that however you want, but is this roster enough?
Yeah, Clay, it's interesting. One of my Ask Iras at sunsentinel.com was like, is this all there is? And what people don't understand is in salary cap leagues, it's not like you can go out and get the 20 best players. It's not baseball. It's not the Dodgers saying, oh, we'll take your pitcher and we'll take him also, and we'll keep adding to the payroll. There are limitations. What the Heat did since mid-August is round out the fringes. They had their 14 players that put them just on the verge of the luxury tax, and everything else was sort of setting up their future. So they did the two-way contracts. They did with Marcus Garrett. I think you would agree, Clay, an MVP of Summer League of the games that he played in. But then they could have taken another Summer League player, and you and I spoke about this, DeJon Jarreau, and whether they should have added him. And instead they went for more of a quote-unquote veteran presence as far as two-ways go with Caleb Martin. Spent 2 seasons with the Hornets, including one on a standard, a little more than one on a standard contract. Can defend, has shown he can make threes, can be a standalone scorer. So they did that. Then they rounded out, since you and I last talked last Friday, with a bunch of what they call Exhibit 10 players. Top players from their summer leagues, guys they'll funnel to the Sioux Falls Skyforce of the G League. The Heat is back in the G League this coming season. Those guys can get up to $50,000 guaranteed if they spend X amount of time in the G League. But it's not like the Heat had the wherewithal to say, oh, JJ Redick's out there, we'll get him too. Wesley Matthews is out there, we'll get him too. They had to work within the confines of what they had available. What they had available yesterday was a two-way contract. And what's interesting, Clay, is this. They went for there's 2 ways to go with two-way contracts. A guy who you're going to pay, you're going to stock away in your G League affiliate, and you're going to say, next year he's going to be our guy. And the Heat have done that before. They did it very well with Duncan Robinson. There's other times with two-way contracts you go, hey, this guy can help us right now. That's what they did with Derrick Jones Jr., and that paid off. I think what the Heat opted to do this time was a little more NBA-ready guy for this reason. They could only carry 14 instead of 15 at the moment on their standard roster because of the luxury tax. They're carrying Udonis Haslem. We can go wherever you want with this or not, Clay, because I keep getting asked about it. I think I've answered it. It is what it is. He will collect a salary. He will not play. Takes you down to 13. You have Victor Oladipo, who's going to miss probably at least the first half of the season. We've been over his quadriceps surgery in May, the time frame that it takes. So that takes you down to 12. And then we can debate, if you want, whether KZ Okpala is an NBA level player or not. Summer League sure as heck did not answer that question for us definitively. So I think, I'm sorry to be a little long-winded here. So I think what the Heat decided they were going to do is, with their second two-way contract, get a guy who has NBA experience, can play NBA basketball. Clay, you can be on the active roster for up to 50 of the 82 games on a two-way contract. So they got a little more NBA-ready player. It is possible, of the two-way players, that Caleb Martin spends most, if not all, of the season with the main team. By contrast, Marcus Garrett could spend more time at the Sioux Falls Skyforce because Caleb Martin knows what it's like to be an NBA player, has shown he can be an NBA player and starter. So he sort of has that developmental aspect where Marcus Garrett now has to learn what it's like to be a pro. It's an interesting roster. Is it the best 20 players you can take to camp? No, but no one gets that. But you know what? Mid-August, you and I, when we started this show, we spoke about it. In free agency, whether it's Markieff Morris or, of course, Kyle Lowry, or rounding out the roster with PJ Tucker, then bringing in Omar Yurtseven from camp, they had their primary 14. This is all the window dressing, and honestly, with more of a look toward the future or with a look toward plugging gaps need be.
Yeah, it's very simple. It's, as you said, especially if you have to wait for Victor Oladipo, right? Then you're going to need somebody else who's going to be able to contribute right now. And that could potentially be Caleb Martin. And the fact is that if he can be on the active roster for up to 50 games, I mean, let's say it takes 50 games for Victor Oladipo to come back. I mean, at that point, and we're not saying that, Martin's immediately going to slot in as a rotational guy, but we know that, hey, we're seeing it in the NFL right now. We're seeing it, plenty. We've seen it already in other sports that, hey, COVID is still here. And you have to safeguard against a potential worst case scenario in which it would be nice to have somebody else that can contribute right now, and that's Caleb Martin, even if it's just run it out there and guarding a couple of guys for a few minutes. So now that the roster is set, this leads to the big question, which I think I know you got, and you and I have kind of, I think, touched on this before, but now that the roster is set, I want to go at it, in a little bit more focused style. Is this enough? This 20-man roster, is this enough for this team to get to where it needs to get, to where it wants to get, to where every fan wants them to get, which is the NBA Finals? Ira, is it enough?
Not in this NBA climate of the competition. Clay, as we know, you're always weighed against who you're competing with. So we can't sit here, on Pallet Rack City inside the paint and say, hey, the Heat are better than the Nets. They're not. The Heat are better than the Bucks. They're not. And yet, Clay, and I just tweeted this out at Ira Heatbeat on Twitter, you never know. Because what I just tweeted out, today is the 1-year anniversary of Bam Adebayo's block on Jason Tatum, which is crazy because that was from 2 seasons ago.
So true.
We've been through another cycle. It's just crazy that we were completing or starting to complete a year ago, 2 seasons ago. And the point I'm making here is, but you never know until you get to the playoffs. Clay, you remember that year. They finished in 5th place in the Eastern Conference. They lost their regular season finale to the Pacers. No one had any expectations. You told your bosses, hey, I'll be free for NFL and season and Kane season. Ain't no more Heat going on. And all of a sudden they beat the Pacers. And all of a sudden they beat the Bucks. And all of a sudden they beat the Celtics. So, Clay, when you ask me, are the Heat where they want to be? No. If you're asking me, could situations dictate otherwise? Yes. Victor Oladipo can come back and be Victor Oladipo. Kyle Lowry can say, you know what, I'm 35 going on 25. And the offseason could be a revelation. So if you're sort of saying me, life and death question, do I think the Heat can get to the NBA Finals? Well, I'm not going to categorically say no, because I've seen what happened just over a year ago with this team. I think this team can be competitive. You and I go back and forth, whether you can contend, whether you can compete. I think they can be competitive. And once the playoffs start, whether it's COVID, whether it's injuries, whether it's guys stepping up, you never know. So I think what will happen is the Heat will maintain our interest the entire season.
We have the win projections from ESPN. ESPN came out with, what they're projecting every team to finish the record. We kind of took, I think it was an NBA Central tweet that isolated the Eastern Conference, the top half of the Eastern Conference. So we're going to show that to you. And I feel like this is pretty reasonable from ESPN's perspective. They have the Heat going 49-33, as you see right there on the screen. Mm-hmm. I would say the only team ahead of them that I disagree with is Philly. And you and I have talked about that for a number of reasons. I feel like there's just so much turmoil there. I could make the case that the Hawks and the Celtics should both be ahead of not only Philly, but potentially could be encroaching on where the Heat are right there. So, I know Heat fans love to thrive on no respect and all that. That's respect. 49 wins in a conference that, to me, has surpassed the Western Conference.
In terms of depth of talent,
yes. I think that's fair. I think that's more than fair. So there are the wins right there on your screen. What I would say is there's nuance here. And if you're looking at those win totals, I think finishing in the 3 spot, they have them in the 4. I think finishing in the 3 spot would be a perfect place for the Heat, because then you're at least giving the teams a chance to knock out one of those top 2 teams in the first round, right? We know that's not going to happen in all likelihood, but you don't have to play one of those top 2 teams early. You let them get a little bit of wear and tear. Remember back to the bubble, and it was, when you played Boston, Kemba Walker was playing through some stuff. He had a lot of wear and tear on his knees at that point. And so I think that matters. So the question about, do the Heat have enough? If you're asking me, much like you said, I have to put my mortgage on the line today. Are the Heat going to get to the NBA Finals? No, I would not put my mortgage on the Heat getting to the NBA Finals. But I think we've seen with this team that the guts of that team, and I'm not saying that in the Pat Riley's got the guts, but the guts of this team are the same as the team that made it to the NBA Finals a couple of years ago. And I feel like if you get there, and we saw what happened with the Nets last year with James Harden and Kyrie Irving both getting hurt and Harden having to play through it. But Kevin Durant couldn't do it alone, although he almost did. With the Bucks, we saw that 2 years ago when Giannis got hurt and he tried to play through it, couldn't do it. They actually won a game without him. But stuff happens in the playoffs, and teams figure out each other. I feel like, say what you want about Eric Spoelstra and sometimes the rotations that drive fans nuts, he finds a way in the playoffs to adjust. So just get there. Do I think they're going to win the NBA Finals? I don't. But am I going to bet against them if I don't have to? Absolutely not. And I think that they are competitive enough to get there and really scare the daylights out of those teams ahead of them.
Yeah, and when you look at those projections or projections like that, it's almost like we were talking with Big O in our crosstalk heading into the show. A lot of times that's an editor or someone saying, okay, guys, it's time to run our projections. And you're sort of sitting there as an expert in your own right, Clay, whether it's at Local 10 or the guys at ESPN, and they're going, wait a minute, we don't know who the heck the Philadelphia 76ers are. Are they the 76ers with Ben Simmons? Are they the 76ers with CJ McCollum? Are they the 76ers with Damian Lillard? It's a completely different team. And until you know that, it's weird. We're less than 2 weeks away from the start of training camp, less than 3 weeks away from the start of the preseason. But there's always that one big move on the eve or at the start of a season, like the James Harden move last year. I mean, look, a year ago, if you and I were talking about the Houston Rockets as being competitive teams, I think, Clay, we would both agree that they were – good use of the cough button there. I think they were –
It took me a while to find it on you.
Right. I saw you hit the camera button first. They were both competitive. You know, we thought the Rockets would be competitive, and then everything changed. I don't think people are giving the Celtics the respect they should.
Agreed.
I think they have enough veteran presence right now with what they did with their roster, including the Al Horford trade, taking him out of dry dock and bringing him back in now to provide some stability on the front line that they have right there, the way they've recovered from the Kemba Walker loss and the Evan Fournier loss. So I'm a little curious about that. Atlanta's interesting. Atlanta and New York, to me, are two of the teams you always wonder about this, sort of like the people said about the Heat last year. Are they one-year wonders? It is one thing to get up to the level of elite. It is a far different thing, Clay, to stay at the level of elite. That's where I think the questions are with the Hawks. I think that's certainly where the doubts are with the Knicks right now. Look, in this recycled world of play-in tournament, the prime playoff spots are 1 and 2 in the conference. The reason is this. The teams you are playing in the first round have played in the play-in tournament. Mm-hmm. They have not had the full week off before the playoffs. That's an inherent advantage. You want that. Of course, you want home court in this second round as well. But you're right. If there's a runaway team at the top of the conference, you'd much rather not be 4 and be playing 1 in the second round. You'd rather get into that 2-3. It's going to be interesting, Clay. Do the Heat play for seeding, or with an older roster, do they just say, let's just get to the end of the season, not worry about seeding, and then go from there?
Yeah, and I think that's the thing that's going to be interesting to watch down the stretch, and especially with what we were talking about with the roster spots. Get some of the chat comments and questions here. As C. Dallas said, how many wins? 43-45, and then saw that projection from ESPN. So I think that kind of answered the question. I think that's very fair. Dougie Fresh, I just joined and was paying my respects to Norm Macdonald, who passed away yesterday. But if we have some time, maybe at the end of the show,
Sure.
Norm Macdonald, just one of those voices that, man, I'll never forget. And going back, so man,
dry humor, dry wit is good.
Yeah. So you said no offense to Inside the Paint, man. Dougie Fresh, no offense at all, man. He was outstanding. Too extreme, depending obviously on health and play, but this team plays at the level we hope and expect. I see the Heat as Eastern Conference championship contenders. And yeah, so again, we showed the win projections because that's what just came out. I don't know how the Heat are going to play this because of the veterans on the roster, and you want to be playing your best ball at the end of the year. I don't think this team gives a rat's rear end about where they finish seeding wise, as long as it's not in the play-in. I think they feel like they can go anywhere and beat anybody, and you would much rather.
It's dangerous, though, and I know we're coming up against the break here, but that's a dangerous game to play because last season I still remember that final week on the road going into Boston, having to win twice, and they did. Yeah. And it set them up what they thought was better until they faced the Bucks in the first round.
True.
So I think you can't play it that close. The difference this season, Clay, unlike the past 2 seasons, 82 games. Plenty of chances to experiment, to rest, and to still get it right.
So we're going to talk more throughout the show about this, where the Heat stand relative to that. I want to hit on a couple other topics. And Ira, you and I didn't even go through this yet, so I want to get your take on this. Adam Silver's done so many great things. I don't know what his fascination is with this ridiculous, silly, in-season soccer-style tournament that he just won't let go. I don't want anything to do with this thing. We'll talk about that, I think, coming up in a little bit. Kyle Lowry, should he be allowed to wear the number 7? And this is something that, man, if you're a Heat fan, Goran Dragic is – I think everybody's just waiting for the ceremony of Goran Dragic. I don't know if he's going to have his jersey retired, but, we'll get into that a little bit more. And Chris Bosh delivering – phenomenal Hall of I mean, it was funny because for our sportscast, I ended up pulling just the part where he goes over and gives Pat Riley the 2006 championship ring back. But man, there was so much more from that speech, and it was pretty much what you and I talked about last week. Just the wisest, most knowledgeable person that I've ever been around covering sports media. So a lot to get to on this Inside the Paint Wednesday right here on the Big O Radio Show.
You're listening to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint Show. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a good rack? Pallet Rack City. Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. If it's hardcore hoops you desire, make sure you subscribe to the Big O Radio Show and never miss an episode of Inside the Paint. Let's get back to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back. As always, guys, feel free to leave your questions, your comments here in the chat thread. Had some good ones already so far, and one that happened towards the end of the segment last time. Alec Toledo, I think an X factor people are forgetting is if Tyler Hero plays as well as he can, the Heat are going to be so dangerous, it's not even funny. And, I think we talked about this last week or the week before that, with Hero, the expectations were so far through the roof last year, given what he did in the bubble. And I think it's fair to say that, and even he would say, that it was a little bit of a disappointment relative to, I think, what the expectations were. And yet having closer to a full off season, having, I think, a more defined role. Remember last year, I think they were trying to try him out a bit too much at point guard. That's obviously not going to happen now. At least I would hope it doesn't. I agree with that. And I think if you let Tyler Hero just go out there and be Tyler Hero, he's somebody that can really make a difference.
And Clay, what's interesting is this is the kind of question we would never ask Eric Spoelstra or probably Tyler Hero either. A year from now, Tyler Hero is going to be eligible for his rookie scale extension, at least $160 million. And I think as much as any player I can recall in this situation, a lot's in the balance. Because right now, if you were to ask me, after Tyler Hero's rookie season, were you thinking in terms of that type of extension? Yeah, probably was. I remember what he did in the playoffs. I remember what he did against the Celtics. If you asked me at the end of this past season, did I think he was going to get a max extension or be a max extension player? I would have gone, heck no, not based on what he did this past season. So it'll be interesting to me to see a player who only spent 1 year in college, still relatively young. How is he going to handle the pressure of that impending extension or not? You know that Eric Spoelstra is not going to mention it. He's not in the money department. You know Tyler's not going to mention it. It's not a good look. But I think that's looming. And I'm really curious, Clay, is that something that drives him? Hey, payday is coming. I can cash out. Or is that something that sort of seems maybe too much sort of overbearing on him? I'm playing for my future and I'm 23 years old, which is sort of crazy, but that's how the rookie scales work also. So they've already picked up his option for the season after this. He'll be there. Then you start talking about extension. So yeah, he's playing for his financial future this season. I think he'll be better than last season. He had no offseason at all last offseason. But I also have some questions because am I paying him, Clay, as an NBA caliber starting shooting guard? Or am I playing him, which is nothing wrong with this, as an NBA instant offense off the bench sixth man? Because those are two different pay grades.
100%. And I think the thing with Tyler Hero that he's already shown is when the pressure is on, he's a different player. I mean, fourth quarter, you go back to the playoffs and the ball. I mean, that's the type of, he thrives on that. So to your point, if that is his mindset, that, man, I'm playing for my future, I'm playing for that rookie scale extension, I mean, that could potentially bring out the best in Hero. And if it does, then I think you do go back to having the same sorts of thoughts that you did during that rookie season where he would potentially be worth it. And so, you and I discussed this last week on the show that if you had to pick an either or between Tyler Hero and Victor Oladipo, I'm going Hero because I have concerns about Victor Oladipo's health. Even if he shows that he can be healthy this year, that injury history is there. So if Hero goes out there and plays with the weight of expectations and the weight of the pressure, like he did in the bubble, like he did when the Celtics were going on a major run, and it felt like the series was kind of hanging in the balance a couple times there, and he went out there and made the plays, then that's a guy you pay. So, and then, by the way, that changes, as Alex Alito said, that changes the complexion of this team moving forward. I just feel like so much of that is, so much of what this team's ceiling can be based on Tyler Hero and also Bam Adebayo, as we talked about last week. So the one thing, if you've got a Tyler Hero and you're trying to make the decision on the extension, obviously what comes up with him all the time is he's your most valuable trade chip, however you want to call it, his contract being a trade asset, whatever. John Wall's name was brought up yesterday, and I had to laugh at this. The comment, and who had the report yesterday? I forget who it was that came out. I think
Shams Charania had it first, and then some other people followed up on it.
Yeah, and I forget who it was that said that the Rockets feel like they need to win this trade. Ira, if you can trade John Wall without giving away every draft pick that you can legally trade away for the next 75 years, that's a win. And it's not that John Wall is a bad player. He's not. But making, what, $45 to $50 million a year on that salary?
For 2 seasons left on that contract, yeah.
Who's gonna do that? Like, where and where Heat shows. So, and the Heat's name were mentioned as a team.
Yeah, that was insane. That was the report you're referencing. Mitch Lawrence, the former New York Daily News reporter, now works for Sirius XM, said the Heat were one of those people in there. I don't know, Clay, how you get to that financial figure. A couple of things to keep in mind. Anyone you signed in the offseason cannot be dealt at least until December 15th. In Duncan Robinson's case, until January 15th. So you have that going on. I don't see how you build up to that number in a trade. Eventually, you know what? Like all these players, whether it's Blake Griffin or Kemba Walker, you're going to have to do a buyout and move on. What I don't understand is this, is John Wall, when he played last season, was at least an average player, possibly even above an average player. In this NBA world where you're simply allowed to collect your paycheck, John Wall's pay grade now, just about $500,000 a game, whether he plays or whether he doesn't play, and he's getting paid anyway, this just thing to agree ahead of time, no, he's not going to play, like Al Horford at the end of last season with the Oklahoma City Thunder, to me is crazy. I'm a Houston Rockets fan. If I'm a Houston Rockets fan in Houston, and I've already bought season tickets at the Toyota Center to see my team, wouldn't you rather see a player at least who you can point to your son or your daughter and say, hey, he used to be someone. He used to be famous, and at least someone to admire. God bless Kevin Porter and the younger players they have there. But I don't get that about the NBA, guys being allowed, I don't want to say to skate, that's not fair to them, but just being put sort of in dry dock and in mothballs and being put aside because of that. So to me, I would think that Houston would try to at least showcase him a little more, but you're right. The one thing we've learned is no contract is untradeable because usually there's an equally bad contract out there anyway that you could wind up trading a player for. For example, I can right now give you a John Wall trade that might even make sense for both teams, okay? Trade him for Kevin Love.
I was just about to say
In other words, there's always another bad contract. So if you're telling me John Wall's untradeable, but you're telling me that Kevin Love is untradeable, then do the untradeable for the untradeable. So there are machinations. Also, the Oklahoma City Thunder are so far, or can be so far below the salary floor, they can take a player, absorb the salary because they have to pay it to someone anyway, if they can get enough assets out of it. Like you mentioned, what does Houston throw in there? Or maybe Houston says, you know what? Our payroll's so low, we'll just eat the $40 million for at least a season. Maybe he'll get tired of sitting. Maybe he'll realize he still wants to be a player, and he'll come back to us like Kemba Walker went back to the Thunder and gave up $20 million. But what's crazy about this is John Wall is a good enough player that he should be on the floor somewhere. There are now 29 other teams who can say that we have 14 better players than if we had John Wall on our roster. Something is wrong here, Clay Ferraro. Something is wrong when a player who's good enough to play doesn't get to play or isn't allowed to play.
Yeah, and when you say something is wrong, it's not just this specific situation. It's the NBA salary structure where everything is guaranteed, and yet, and not saying it shouldn't be, but it's also guaranteed on your salary cap. It's also guaranteed to stick there unless you agree to that buyout, and in which case the player would have to agree to take less money. And so I guess you could make the case that that's so you don't have teams that are like in major markets that have a ton of money, could just like sign guys, they don't work out, then you just cut them an enormous check, and then their cap hit drops. And we're really getting in the weeds on that. Where I would say the John Wall thing, if he were to agree to a buyout, and we're sitting here talking about
a completely different situation. Yes.
Right. Exactly. Because we're a Heat show. So, we're talking about, hey, 14, 15 other players on every roster that John Wall would be better than the guys at the bottom end of your roster. The Heat are among the 29 other teams that he could easily fit in on. And I would love to see what he could do in Miami. He would love to be in Miami. We know he
works out in Miami in the offseason,
right.
Sure.
So, no, the Heat are not going to trade for John Wall. I don't know that they could legally trade for John Wall. I don't know. I mean, unless you, traded Jimmy Butler for him?
Well, now, the only way you can make a trade work for John Wall would be to trade Jimmy Butler or Bam Adebayo, simply because you can't trade Kyle Lowry, his contract obviously till December 15th and then beyond. You can't trade Duncan Robinson, like I mentioned, till January 5th. You can't do it. Usually when you go through a season, you get closer to buyout deadline, to trade deadline, other things come up anyway. But yes, these are players, top of our show today on the Pallet Rock City Inside the Paint, like you mentioned to me. Is the 20-player Heat camp roster the best possible roster? No, but there are all these rules that get in the way also. But to me, it's a shame. Two shames here. It's a shame that John Wall doesn't get a chance to play somewhere, because I think fans would still want to see and be curious what he has. It's a shame that Kevin Love doesn't get to play somewhere, because I still think fans are curious to see what he might or might not have. Your salary gets in the way. Remember, all of these players, you can negotiate a buyout. You can give X amount. Look, Clay, there's a number with the 80+ million with John Wall where if he comes into the Rockets and said, I'll give up X or Y or Z, the Rockets go, okay, we'll save that amount of money. You can go free, go sign for the minimum somewhere. So there is a number, but obviously these players want the money also. So John Wall has decided at this point of his career, yeah, I love the NBA. I can't wait to play again, but I'm not giving it any money back. We all make decisions. We all get to the end of contracts and places where they tell you this is your new job assignment, and you have to decide, do you want the money and take the lesser assignment, or are you going to go somewhere else and do what you love to do? We all make decisions like that. For right now, the way it stands right now in Houston, John Wall is saying, yeah, I love the NBA, but I love this money a little bit more, or at least all of the money.
Yeah, and honestly, I can't blame him for that. So if you're a Heat fan and you're sitting here and you're monitoring these situations, just to put any of this stuff to bed. No, the Heat are not going to trade for John Wall.
Especially right now. Yeah.
Kevin Love, same thing. I mean, not going to happen. And yet, those are two players that I think, were we to see a buyout at some point, were either player to say, you know what, I think you could see a world where both of those players would make the Heat roster even better moving forward.
And one thing to add to that, Clay, is that's what we saw last season with Blake Griffin and with LaMarcus Aldridge, who now is back again with the Brooklyn Nets. Here's part B, and this goes to our previous segment talking about Heat projections for the season. When players do get buyouts, where do they usually look to go? To a championship contender. So that's the other part of this. If John Wall were to get his buyout, if Kevin Love were to get his buyout, would the Heat, as previously had been the case with the Big Three era, necessarily be at the top of someone's list? Look, we have seen all of these guys run, correct, Clay, to the Brooklyn Nets.
Yep.
That's the it place. We've seen other guys run to the Los Angeles Lakers. That's the it place on the opposite coast in the West Conference. So it is curious, is the Heat necessarily that place? And last year, when he was last season when he was healthy,
I know where you're going with this. Yeah.
Everyone had LaMarcus Aldridge coming to the Heat, right, Clay? I mean, we all had it written in stone. Maybe even the starting power forward in the playoffs going to get done. And obviously, LaMarcus Aldridge, when he got his buyout from the Spurs, said, can go to the Nets and maybe make the NBA Finals, can go to the Heat and maybe get out of the first round. So again, when you get to buyout deadline, which is after the trade deadline, the start of March, around March 1st or so, that's when you have to be off your roster. I think it's important in our previous discussion of where the Heat needs to be and how much they value the regular season.
Yes.
They're going to have to show all these guys, hey, if you come to us, you're coming to a contender. That's what the Heat showed with Birdman and Chris Anderson when they added him during the season, during their Big Three era, and other players also. Unfortunately, to a degree, Mike Bibby also show them that you can be a contender also. That's why the regular season could matter, because on March 1st, if the Heat are 5th, 6th, or 7th in the East, I'm not so sure people are going, okay, I'll give up money and go to you and not contend.
Yeah, and that's something that I remember Heat fans very vividly being, let's say frustrated. I'll just use that term when the report came out that LaMarcus Aldridge basically looked at how the Heat were playing and said, no, thank you. No, thank you. I'm not going there. Reminder, guys, if you like what you're seeing, please hit the like button. It helps us out a lot. It helps Big O out a lot. For various reasons, but please just take a second and hit the like button if you don't mind.
Or as Big O told us in the text as we both looked down at our phones, smash the like button.
Smash the like button. Yes. Smash. Big O, if you smash it to our Big O will pay for a new phone for you, so don't worry about that. So pivoting here really quickly, and I mentioned this before the end of the last segment. The report that came out yesterday is one that just won't go away with this NBA in-season tournament. And to me, Ira, and I'm just going to get my feelings out there, the reason why I strongly dislike this, and we hear it over and over again, it's going to add where it's not, this is not European soccer, where you have this tradition of, hey, multiple trophies and playing for multiple. What I like, Ira, and call me old, call me a traditionalist, call me whatever, it's you play for one championship in the NBA. Adding something, and I don't know what the mechanisms of this would be, if you're like including this in regular season record, but what you're doing is you're putting your players in a situation where they're going to have to decide, hey, do we play more than 15, 20 minutes in these games? Do we care about this? Do we risk injury? when we've still got our eyes on the main prize, on the Larry O'Brien trophy, on the championship ring. So I don't know where you stand on this. I want to get your take on it. I'm firmly against it, but the floor is yours.
I'm against it, and I go back to my Olympic view. I go back to that you play for a singular ultimate championship. For an NBA player, it is the NBA championship. For a hockey player, it is a Stanley Cup. So while I watch them in the Olympics, I go, this is great. But Clay, you see why so many players opt out of the Olympics. It's not the ultimate prize. LeBron James would rather be healthy in an off season so we can play for an NBA championship.
Such a grind.
I love the Olympics for all the events where it is the ultimate championship.
Right.
Whether it's track and field, whether it's ping pong, whether it's luge or bobsled or something like that, it is the ultimate championship of your sport. I don't think you can recreate that passion otherwise. I think you have the grueling playoffs anyway. I understand what Adam Silver is saying. You're saying there's no tradition here, but you don't have tradition until you start a tradition. I'm sure the FA Cup in British soccer was not the thing when it first started. It becomes the thing. You have to play it through. I have no issue with trying new things, with going in different directions. Maybe after the break, we can talk about some proposed NBA rules changes. I'm fine with that. But I think this is a thing. You've already got 82 games. You got 6 preseason games. You got as many as 28 playoff games. You're asking your players to go to the World Cup, to go to the Olympics. Enough is enough. So my thought is maybe for another sport where it would have more meaning, you know what's going to happen? Guys are going to sit out those games. They're going to say, welcome to Las Vegas in the NBA Cup, and here's who's not playing today. That's what's going to happen.
What happens if you go and I'm just going to use, since it's the Heat, you go and you play, and all of a sudden Jimmy Butler gets a hamstring injury that ends up nagging him for the rest of the year. And meanwhile, LeBron sits out, or Kevin Durant and James Harden and Kyrie Irving sit out. They're like, yeah, forget this. Whatever the allocated number of games we have to play, fine. We go 0-4. We go 0-5. If it counts in the regular season, we'll make it up later. We don't care. We're the Brooklyn Nets. We're the big three. We want our guys to be healthy. And I just see a scenario, Ira. Look, we're already dealing with the problem with the NBA where they're having to implement rules where guys aren't resting during meaningful games.
Load management, yeah.
So now you're going to – I don't like it. There's no need to get into this anymore because we agree too much on this thing. So
two cranky old men.
Well, that's a fact. I mean, that's a fact. All right, coming up next, I want to get into you mentioned the proposed rule changes for the NBA. I want to talk about the Hall of Fame speech from Chris Bosh. Of course, we're going to have Dwayne Wade coming up next year, but also, should Kyle Lowry be allowed to wear number 7? I want to get fans' thoughts on that. If you're hanging out with us, give us your take right here in the break. Should Kyle Lowry be allowed to wear Goran Dragic's number 7? That and a lot more coming up right here on Inside the Paint on the Big O.
You're listening to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint Show. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a good rack? Pallet Rack City. Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura. Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zins Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. If it's hardcore hoops you desire, make sure you subscribe to the Big O Radio Show and never miss an episode of Inside the Paint. Let's get back to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back. Final segment here on the Big O Radio Show's Inside the Paint. Looking back at some of the comments, we've had some really good ones. Leon, thank you so much for the donation. Really appreciate that. Too extreme. This isn't soccer. Leave the NBA season alone. Don't change or add anything. I know it's supposedly boring radio when everybody agrees on something, but I feel like that's kind of where we're getting. Man of 1,005 holds. I don't like awarding mediocrity. If you didn't get the 8 seed, better luck next year. I wonder if that's in reference to the play-in tournament, which I agree with. Cap for life, Ira, Clay. How you living, gentlemen? What's for breakfast? I don't know. What about you, Ira? What'd you eat for breakfast?
I actually had a little bit of a Trader Joe's pumpkin biscotti, my coffee. Not a big breakfast guy. Getting ready for the bigger lunch.
That's a little I had 2 handfuls of the tricks that my 5-year-old didn't finish this morning.
I thought
that was
tricks
my
are for
breakfast.
kids. Okay.
They are. They're also. I'm a kid at heart, I guess. But also, this is when you become a dad. I eat a lot more peanut butter and jellies now than I ever did before.
Yes, I've been there.
Okay, so Leon asked the question or comments on the question that we brought up before the break. He says, Goran is not a retired jersey. He's like a Glenn Rice or Eddie Jones, Jason Williams, or P.J. Brown. And this is in reference to, should Kyle Lowry, 1 year after Goran Dragic leaves, be allowed to wear the number 7 that he wore in Toronto, that Goran Dragic wore here? So the floor is yours.
I would put it this way, and this is the problem we get on all these Hall of Fames, Clay, is you set a bar, you set a precedent. So if you retire Tim Hardaway's number, and Goran Dragic was here longer than Tim Hardaway, and Goran Dragic helped the Heat get to an NBA Finals, which Tim Hardaway did not, and Goran Dragic statistically has moved ahead of Tim Hardaway on several all-time Heat lists, that's the thing. When you set a bar at a certain level, no offense to Tim at all. I believe his number absolutely should be at the rafters of FTX Arena. I think you have to follow up on that in fairness. Goran Dragic has accomplished far more with the Heat than Glenn Rice did, especially playoff success. Glenn, of course, here in the lean years. So my whole point was that I have no issue with this, though, Clay. Kyle Lowry wears number 7. Eventually, you retire Goran's number. Hopefully, you retire it for Kyle Lowry also. It's a win-win situation. We've seen teams do that before. We've seen teams bring numbers down back out of the rafters. So I think that's doable. I think right now, it's not like you're Zoe's number or LeBron's number or something, or Dwayne Wade's number, of course, where you'd never give it to someone else. I think it's debatable enough that you can do it. We've seen this before. A number's retired. You mentioned the other players who wore it. I think that's the best way to handle this for now. Decide about jersey retirements later.
That's a great point. And I guess it's that, is a player iconic associated with a number? Like when I think of Goran Dragic, I think of the Dragon. I think of like the reactions when he made the big shots in the bubble. I think of breaking his teeth and breaking his face and going out there and still, like, I don't think of the number 7, right? And so I think there's a way
but that's how you commemorate. I guess we could put teeth up there. I guess we could put a dragon up there, but because you do numbers, we're sort of locked into that.
Understood. But I guess what I'm saying is, like, to me, the number itself is not nearly as meaningful for him, to where, like, if Kyle Lowry comes in and wears it next year, then the New York Yankees, I think both Bill Dickey and Yogi Berra, or is it Bill Dickey and Elston Howard? But like they have two players who have the same retired number. I don't like if Kyle Lowry comes in, plays out the duration of his contract, like makes an all NBA team or something crazy, like but they win a championship. Right, hey, then you have that conversation. But it's very easy to see a world where, hey, Goran Dragic moves on. Kyle Lowry wears the number 7. I don't think anybody's going to be offended. I don't think.
And eventually, you know what? Eventually, you put 2 7s up in the rafters. And then Omar Yurtseven will be happy because 77 is up there.
He'll have the double 7. Very nice. That's a great point. KJ, Goran should come after Toronto buys him out. He would be a great 6th man. I don't even know if that would be
can't
legal.
Do that. Can't do that. If you trade a player to another team in a calendar year, you can't bring him back unless he's forwarded to a 3rd team and you're no longer his last team. So in theory, if Toronto buys him out, he goes to Dallas. Dallas doesn't work out. He leaves there. Then he can come back. But they sort of this involved Gary Payton and Antoine Walker, where players were traded just for salary and then would wind up going back to their previous team. So the NBA really has been careful on monitoring that.
Ryan says, I don't see Dragic as a retired number guy, but I also do see it as disrespectful to have Lowry wear it. Has Lowry even expressed an interest in it? That's a good question. I don't know what you've heard on that.
I'm checking with the Heat. They're saying nothing definitive. Right now on the official NBA.com Miami Heat roster, he is listed as number 7. I tend to believe he will for another reason. In NBA 2K, he's listed as number 7. And those guys tend to have everything ahead of anyone else. So usually when in doubt, I go with the video game.
That's a great point. So I can understand that. And yet I feel like you're moving on to a new era. You're moving on now. And I think as great as what Goran Dragic did here was, and we're going to relive it at some point. I think that's something that we can talk about later on. Ray, very nice comment. Thank you very much. We really appreciate it. So Chris Bosh, the Hall of Fame speech, absolutely phenomenal. I mean, you could pick out anything that was like the moment of the news conference. Personally, I took out the giving back the championship ring to Pat Riley. To me, and you said this in your column last week, that Pat Riley said, I don't want to live in a world where I can't go up and give these guys a hug after their careers are over. And that's something where I don't know that enough was made out of that. Because I think Pat Riley is somebody that is viewed, and rightfully so, as ruthless and somebody who will do.
And Clay froze over there, so I'll pick up the point from there. I think when you look at Pat Riley and what he said in that context was he wanted to make good with all his players. And we saw the ugly ending with Dwayne Wade in 2016, but he came back in 2018. They retired his number. All was good at the end there. Shaquille O'Neal got into a fight, or at least almost got into a fight during practice, came back, and all of a sudden things were good there also. So I think what Clay was saying there before he froze on us right there is when you look at what Pat Riley has done over his career, he's had some rough moments with players. But at the end of the day, he's come back and made things right. We saw that again with Chris Bosh. It was a warm and fuzzy moment when he returned the championship ring. For those not familiar with the story, what happened was this. In 2010 in Chicago, when Pat Riley was re-recruiting Dwayne Wade, also trying to bring back Chris Bosh, also trying to bring in LeBron James, he sort of brought his bag of rings out. He threw them on the table. He told Chris Bosh, you take one till you win a championship. Chris Bosh, of course, signed with the Heat in 2010, won a championship in 2012, won a championship in 2013, and never gave the ring back. And it was interesting because I spoke to both of the people before the Hall of Fame this weekend. I asked Chris Bosh, I told Chris, hey, whatever happened to that ring? And Chris was very coy and wouldn't tell me anything. And he says, I'll have to get around to that, when we all knew what he was planning. I asked Pat about it, and I thought this was interesting. I mentioned this to Big O yesterday on our Accurate Pembroke Pines report, and I mentioned it to Big O as far as Pat Riley said to me, I probably got to get that ring back because the way things are in the NBA, they'll go back and accuse me of tampering for giving him an extra benefit. So Chris knew what was coming with the ring. Pat didn't know what was coming with the ring. That's what made it a moment. It was spontaneous for Pat. He got a smile out of it. And again, Clay, when you were on your little bit of your walkabout over there, I was explaining to everyone else, that's what Pat has done very well, is that over the years, he's come back with his people, and he's really done a good job, whether it's Dwayne Wade, Shaquille O'Neal, or Chris Bosh, and in the end, squaring things. and making it right. And Clay, you go back a while here, even when Magic Johnson sort of forced Pat Riley out as Lakers coach, certainly the bond has been rebuilt there also. So we, without question, are seeing a kinder and gentler Pat Riley at the end, which I think we all do. I think as we get older, we mellow out. We also want to go back and make things right. And that certainly was a make things right moment in Springfield on Saturday.
Do you think if he had it to do over again, and this is something we haven't even discussed, he would handle the Dwayne Wade situation differently when he left initially?
Oh, I think he'd handle them all differently. But again, that's because you realize what the fallout was. But you know what? You made a really good point before, Clay, and that was Pat Riley's ruthlessness to a degree has gotten him and his teams to this point.
Right.
So I think in 2016 free agency, he had to line up his priorities. It sounds hideous in retrospect to say that he made Hassan Whiteside a bigger priority than Dwayne Wade. But at the moment, Clay, and you were with us, and they were carrying those Heat games on Local 10, and nobody does it with blocks, and he wants to get his 2K rating higher. Hassan Whiteside was the thing. Well, you don't know until you know that he was not a franchise center and wouldn't be. And you did put Dwayne Wade aside, and Dwayne knew better, and Dwayne knew that he still would have more to offer than Hassan Whiteside would at that point. So if he knew now what he knew then, of course he would have made it right there. That never would have happened. Of course, he probably wouldn't have let Alonzo Mourning go to the then New Jersey Nets when they got into a contract situation there. But of course, he also wouldn't have matched the Tyler Johnson offer sheet, wouldn't have offered the contract to Dion Waiters, wouldn't have offered the contract to James Johnson. So sometimes you just don't know until you know. So I think a lot of the retrospective stuff, people like you and I both do, it's a lot easier when you know the outcome and what followed.
With Dwayne Wade, and I bring him up because it's his turn next amongst Heat players to go in the Hall of Fame. We saw Chris Bosh in his speech. That'll be Dwayne Wade giving that speech. But now he is Dwayne Wade of the Utah Jazz. Like, how much of the fact that he's now in ownership there changes how, when he's up there on that stage giving his speech, how much does it change, not necessarily what he's going to say, but I think the one thing that Heat fans counted on forever was, especially when he came back and he finished his career here, that he was going to be a big recruiter for the Miami Heat, that he was going to be able to be an asset to them, to be able to reach out to potential big name free agents and say, yeah, it's great. But now he wants to bring those guys to Utah. So does this change moving forward? Not just the fact that he's going to be up there on that stage, but the fact that he is now Dwayne Wade of the Utah Jazz. Does that change from a Miami Heat perspective what type of asset he can be to the organization?
No, I think in the NBA and in all sports, you become a forever player from where you did your forever work. So that's like saying, do we look at Dwayne as a Chicago Bull? Do we look at Dwayne as a Cleveland Cavalier? He spent time with both. And again, like I mentioned to Big O and the Accurate of Pembroke Pines report that we did, I also think it's great that the NBA doesn't induct you as a member of a team. Clay, as you know, in baseball, are you going to wear the Yankee cap? Are you going to wear the Dodger cap? Are you going to go in for a different team? Which team you're going to wind up representing, the Red Sox. In the NBA, you just go in as a player.
Right.
So it's not like Dwayne is going to go on the stage as a member of the Utah Jazz or member of the Miami Heat. He's going to go on the stage as an iconic NBA player. And this league has so much free agency anyway. Look at a great player like Shaquille O'Neal. Is he a Magic? Is he a Heat? Is he a Laker, a Sun, a Cavalier, a Celtic? That I think our sport is different because you go so many places that no one's offended. That it was great to have that lifer moment of the Hall of Fame inductions for 2020 when you had a lifer in Kobe Bryant, Los Angeles Laker, a lifer San Antonio Spurs in Tim Duncan. But generally, that's not how this sport works. This sport is a free agency sport. It's not like football. One of my readers at Ask Ira had a really good point when he said a question, and he said, has a player who's been a draft choice of the Marlins, of the Heat, or of the Panthers ever made it to the Hall of Fame? And the best I could say is no. We know Dolphins have. We know Dan Marino did. But Dwayne Wade will be the first drafted member of any of those teams to make a Hall of Fame. So that alone makes him iconic because he's the first homegrown from our three most recent franchises to get into the Hall. It really is fascinating when you think about it. When you think about the Marlins have been a World Series championship team. Mm-hmm. When you think about the Panthers have been around long enough now to have their own players. that he would become, again, I know we're late on the chat line here if anyone comes up with another name, but as far as a draft choice from the Panthers, the Heat, or the Marlins, I believe Dwayne will be the first to make his sports respective Hall of Fame.
So I'm looking back now at some of the comments just to see if anybody happened to bring anything up like that. And like Ira said, if you have any from the local teams that drafted guys that ended up in the Hall of Fame. But you obviously did the research. I can't think of any off the top of my head. That's really interesting.
Dolphins, but that's the only ones I can find. Yeah.
That's really interesting. I never would have guessed that. But yeah, you're right. You're right.
And so because there's so much movement in all these sports that where you start so often, Clay, is not where you finish.
So we got a lot to talk about next week as we get ready for training camp. Man, it felt
less than
like
a week away. That's crazy.
It really felt like this offseason went like that, and next year will be a little bit more normal of an offseason. But hey, thankful that you guys were able to hang out with us and kind of fill this gap. We're going to have a lot more to talk about relative to the regular season coming up next week. But hey, man, I'd say that it's coming close. This is a great time of year, and I'm glad that you guys are with us along for the ride. Thanks for hanging out with us right here on Inside the Paint. More Big O Show coming up next. Thanks for hanging out.
You've been listening to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show. Search Big O Radio Show on most platforms. Subscribe and smash the like button to support Inside the Paint. If you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business, there's only one choice: Pallet Rack City.
This is the Big O Show.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
It's the Big O Show. Judge, you tuned in to the hottest sports radio.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
Orlando, a.k.a. the Big O. He covers all the South Florida teams.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Offense to the Heat, well, you know what I mean. Monday to Friday, Lollipop, blow in the...
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Show on the radio, the top's where we gonna go. Miami, that's the way we roll.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support.
On the morning show, Big O. No one has a similar show. Talk sports, talk plays, talk...
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your Inter Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or intermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Live and direct, because nobody do it better than Big O in the set. From sunrise, listen live.
When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee, and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today, 786-802-1727, or online at adreamlending.com.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
We are back. Thank you all out there. Appreciate it. Great job by Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro with our Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint show. And folks, if you own a warehouse, call my man Eddie Pereira. They will get it done for you. I'm telling you, folks. So call them. They are right here in Hialeah, local business, 715 West 20th Street in Hialeah. I've known Eddie for many, many years. So you business owners out there, you need to organize and, make your warehouse more efficient. You gotta add racks. You don't want boxes stacked all over the place, and it looks like the Leaning Tower of Pisa. So call my guy Eddie Pereira out there at Pallet Rack City. They will definitely take care of you, man. They're good people out there. So there you go. The Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint show. All right. We are back. We are ready to rock and roll. I like it. Terry says, Dolphin Canada. #1 Dolphin Talk is here with Big O. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate all of you out there, as always, keeping it locked. And Leon Fresco, thank you, sir, for a little love on the Super Chat. And remember, of course, that you can also do it on Cash App and Venmo. Cash Big O Show. That's the best way to donate, because we get 100% of the donation. YouTube takes away 30% of the donation. So Cash App or Venmo, Cash Big O Show. But listen, if you don't want to get Cash App or Venmo and you want to do it right here on the Super Chat, I definitely appreciate it. Apparently, I guess a lot of you were talking about, at least a few of you there were posting it. I'm not going to say a ton, but I did see about 4 or 5 posts now on Joe Rose's show. And that was very nice. I didn't know that Joe said I still should be working there. That's very cool. I appreciate that. Joe actually told me that personally when we were at camp. When I was at camp a couple of weeks ago, and I was there for practice, and we said hi to each other. We BS'd around a little bit, and he goes, "Man, we need you over there." And I told him, "Yeah, that's not going to happen." So I am not going to go there. Manuel Malo, thank you. Cash App, way to go, Manuel Malo. Cash Big O Show, way to go. Thank you, sir. So I had no idea that he said that. I know you guys told me that I guess the guys asked him if he was retiring, and he had no comment. And well, what do I don't know. I hope I thought he was talking about it already. I apologize if I let the cat out of the bag, but I thought it was kind of known pretty much that he's kind of down. I don't blame him, man. It's time for him to relax, dude. He has grinded like no one has ever grinded in our business. So, okay, listen, let me tell you something. I pride myself on working hard. I do. I pride myself on working. I feel when it comes to electronic, I've been one of the hardest working people in the business. Period. That's the only dude that I know surpassed me, bro. That's the only dude right there. That's Joe, bro, because to do what he did on TV for many years and then do that radio show like he's been doing for, 30 years now? Man, that's it takes an hombre. Let me just tell you that. Okay? That's all I can tell you. It takes a lot. So if apparently Joe said that today, then thank you very much, Joe. I appreciate it. That's very, very, very kind of you, my brother. I appreciate it immensely. Yeah, I won't be working there. There's no way I would work there. I mean, I don't need to work there. Actually, that's the beauty of what we're doing here. I enjoy this. You know what I mean? And that's where I need to get to the point. I got 5 stents in my heart, man. I don't need the pressure and the bullshit anymore, man. I've tried a couple of projects that there was just way too much bullshit. And obviously radio, is full of bullshit. And I'm 54, man. I'm going to be 55. What is it? Today's the 15th. In 15 days on October 1st, I'm going to be 55 years old. I don't need it anymore, man. I just don't need it. I cannot work in that kind of corporate atmosphere anymore when, like, the guy that's in charge there now, I forgot more about radio than that guy will know. You know what I mean? So why am I going to work for how can I respect someone that doesn't respect human beings and lies to them? And, it's disgusting what goes on in radio and how they treat people like Captain Curtis and Brandon Rodriguez, my former producer, and JT Wilcox, and what they've done to Dono there. And I know he's back doing some stuff, but they've let him go and brought him back, let him go and brought him back. And it's like, why? It's just a terrible, 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 terrible business. And then bad people get opportunities too, and that's the sad part. And they're put in places of authority also. And that's, it's a terrible situation, man. I mean, I told you guys once, you know how crazy this business is. Let me explain to you in 31 years what I've gone through. I lost one job, Spanish Sports Talk, which is still probably one of my favorite jobs I've ever had in my life, working at Radio Acción. The owner, the poor guy, had a divorce, and the wife wanted cash. So he had to sell the station and make it liquid to give her half. So we were all blown out because he sold it to a religious group. And obviously I'm a sports talk host, not a religious, host or producer or anything like that. So you go find another job. I'm at 640 and they file for bankruptcy. Okay. And to their credit, to this day, I love the owner. He is fantastic. He was super honest with me he's one of the few people in the history of this business that I've been in, okay, that actually took the time to be a human being, and tell me about it coming up. And, hey, listen, I got your money. I'll take care of you. No problem, this and that. So, he was kind, and I give him credit, even though he was going through hell and everything. And a lot of people lost their jobs and all that. And how did I get to 640? At QAM, they put a salesperson as program director. And look, I love salespeople. I don't want one of them ever telling me what to do on the air. I've never met a salesperson pretty much that knows what we do on the air. Even though they sell it, they don't really know how to do our job. You know what I'm saying? And so they put a sales guy in charge who thought hiring athletes, all athletes, because, you have Joe and you think you're going to get another Joe Rose, and you're not going to get another Joe Rose. That doesn't exist. There's only one Joe Rose. Most athletes that I've worked with, they don't have the work ethic to do our job. They made their money already, dude. They're done. They don't need to work hard. They don't need to try to learn another sport or two or three or four. Because, you get a guy out of football, he doesn't know shit about basketball. He doesn't keep up with it. Yeah, he might have played a little bit on the court, but he doesn't know anything about the game or the history or anything like that. Doesn't know shit about baseball, doesn't know shit about hockey, doesn't know shit about soccer, doesn't follow anything. Most athletes, 99% of athletes are effing lazy in broadcast. Okay? 99% of them. I know. I've worked with them. They just want to get by, get the check. They can't do everyday hosting. And obviously he got railed out of there, and they blew out all the athletes that are there because the athletes aren't going to put in the work. It's just the way it is. They don't need it. When you don't need it, you don't work. It's just the way it is. And then, the last time that I left QAM, the guy that's there is, buffoon. He doesn't know anything. Everybody makes fun of the clown. And how he's even in place is beyond me. You think I'm going to work for that guy? Get the hell out of here, dude. I can replace that guy. I know more. I forgot more about radio than that guy. So I appreciate Joe. Love Joe. Got nothing but love for Joe. I wish him the best in his retirement next year, man. I hope he deserves this, dude. He deserves to retire and enjoy his life with his wife and his family and all that good stuff. He's paid his dues, man. He's paid his dues. So if I'm him, I would be walking out too, because he should be taken care of with TV and radio that he's done over the years. So thank you, Joe. I appreciate it, man. That's very, very nice of you. That you said that. I didn't know that, but that's pretty cool. I appreciate it. And that's it. That's your story. And and you know me, man, I don't bullshit. I just tell you straight up what it is. If I screw up, I'm going to tell you, hey man, I screwed up. I did this and this and I screwed up, man. I apologize, and or if something else, you guys know I shoot straight, man. That's how it is. So I like what I'm doing here. I like what we're building here. We got an incredible group now with Ira and Clay and Omar and Alan Poupar. And I think somebody was asking, yes, Alan Poupar is on today at 12:30. Joe Shad and Manny Navarro. And I'm not done yet. And we're going to build up this show even more. And these companies don't care about us. Trust me, I work for them. They don't give a shit about South Florida. I am South Florida. I'm born in Belgrade, raised in Miami, went to Hialeah High, live in West Kendall, been here all my effing life. So I bleed South Florida. This is my home. These are my people. These are my teams. I care about this town. I have passion for this town. I have passion for all my teams. I was like a kid in a candy store watching Inter last night get lucky and win and turn this thing around. So I'm going to passionately create something that I know you guys that are passionate sports fans want. Now, if you want to sit here and you want to listen to a show that's just going to eat shit all day and do stupid things and barely talk sports, that's not my show. That's not who I am. That's not who I've ever been. And so far, it looks like there's a lot of people that want some hardcore sports talk and want to find out about their teams because the download numbers, say it. 2 days ago, I told you we hit 1 million in the last 30 days. Yesterday, it's 1.1 million in the last 30 days. It's because I think we're doing something right here. I think we've figured it out. We just now have to grow, and obviously you guys are helping us grow. So I can't thank you enough. Really, I can't. And please, I encourage you. I would love to meet you guys. Come on out to Canesware on Friday, 2511 South University Drive in Davie. Come on out and hang out with us. And also on Sunday, if you can't be there, then on Sunday, please come on out to Sports Grill out in Miami Lakes. We'll be out there at Sports Grill having some fun doing the pre and post game shows. And we encourage you to come on out to Sports Grill in Miami Lakes right off of 154th and the Palmetto. And we'll be out there all day and into the afternoon talking about a Dolphins win over the Bills, because I am leaning that way to picking the Dolphins this week against the Bills. There you go. So good stuff there. Art Zimmerman says, amen, Big O. You own sports radio down here, brother. Thank you. Native. Yes, I am, bro. Thank you. I don't know about owning it, but we're doing our best to at least provide what you guys need out there. David says, I've been hosting a Star Wars podcast for almost 5 years. Very nerdy, LOL, but I stay in my lane. It's why I don't host general entertainment shows. Not knowledgeable enough and wouldn't pretend to be. Well, that's, hey, man, listen, whatever you're strong in, do it, bro. And send me a link on my email at Big O Radio Show at yahoo.com. It's a Star Wars podcast. Maybe I can check it out once in a while. Andy Rios says, I don't listen to sports radio anymore since you left. Only here. Well, that's very nice. That's very nice. I appreciate that. Is Clint Portis going to prison? If he committed fraud, I don't, if he really committed fraud and he's defrauding his own players union, probably. We talked about that, I think, last week. Big O, some people don't understand that the playbook grows week by week, and every week new plays are installed. Installs, which are variations of the base plays, a few new plays. Yes, they are. You are correct, sir. And I'm sure they'll do some different things this week against Buffalo because you're facing a different kind of defense in one way or another. Vernon Womack says, Big O, love you here in Virginia because you are so damn honest. I appreciate you, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Troy Ortiz says, oh, what about Crowder? He got his bag from the NFL. He's doing a good. Yes, Crowder will work. Crowder's one of the few also. He can't drive a show by himself like Joe can, but yes, he definitely is. He will work, and he will know he'll follow most of the sports. He's funny. He's got a great personality. Yes, Crowder is also one of those guys. There's no doubt about it. Yes, I'm with you there. Crowder is definitely worthy of he's one of the few athletes that will give a shit about what he does. But you can tell, look at Crowder, bro. You can tell that he's been like a blue-collar guy his whole life. So I'm not kind of surprised that he does that. But Crowder is definitely one of the, that's why I told you it's like 95% or whatever. It's like a really high percentage, 97, 98 maybe. Most athletes won't try. There's only a few that will actually try, and you are correct, sir. Crowder is definitely one of them. Yes. Let's see what else it says. You have the same birthday as my mom, Big O. That's what Derek Sibley says. Well, then she's got to be a terrific lady. She's a Libra. There you go. Jessica Joyner says, life won't be the same for the South Florida sports fan when Joe retires. Yeah, you are correct. He's a staple. He's been with us for a long, long time. If I'm Joe, I'd leave Q, when he retires here at the beginning of next year, what I'd do is I'd start my own podcast if I'm him. I told him that. I said, dude, leave these bums alone. Go do your own podcast. You'll get plenty of people to watch and listen, but he's probably going to retire and enjoy. He's grinded, bro. He's grinded. He's grinded like nobody's ever grinded before. So he deserves to rest and relax, man, if he wants to. He deserves to do whatever the F he wants to do. That's what he's earned. Big O, now when I start watching the program, YouTube shows 1 or 2 commercials, not sponsors. No biggie, but I hope you're getting paid for this. Sir, the sponsors are the reasons why I'm still doing this show. You know what I mean? We need sponsors, and we need more sponsors. We got to get more sponsors on the show, and we're working on all of that now. I'm working on trying to find a sales staff. Not a staff, 1 or 2 people, but I'm trying to find the right sales people that can help us also at the same. I can't do everything, man. I cannot do the show, come up with the content, produce, help out all the other things that we have to do. We've got a website. We got to get that going. We got a really nice website, BigORadioshow.com, and we have to get that thing going and all that. It all takes money, ladies and gentlemen. Everything takes money. Okay. That's why I tell you to smash the like button. That's why I tell you to share the link. If you guys can donate, great. If you have a sponsor that might be interested, we got a ton of exposure now. So there's a lot of people, and the YouTube channel is actually growing every single day. So yes, we need sponsors. And the good thing is you don't hear a lot here. You only hear it in certain sections, and then it's gone, and we'll talk about them and all that. You'll hear it a lot on the podcast, obviously at the beginning, and all those kind of things and elements that we're adding now to YouTube. As we remember, we restarted this thing June 15. It's only September 15. So we've gone July to August. It's only 3 months. In 90 days. In 90 days, we resurrected the show, and look where it's gone now. And thank you. Thank you all out there. So I appreciate it. So we'll keep, we're going to keep busting our ass. This is the show that's going to go out on the road. I want to go to the Senior Bowl. I want to go to the Combine. I want to go to the East-West Shrine game. I want to go to the Las Vegas Summer League. We're going to go hardcore on this show. That's why we need more sponsors. That's why we need more listeners, more subscribers, more all of that stuff, because we want to make this the show that covers all of the South Florida sports and in every way possible. Off-season events, like Hall of Fame. When Wade is up in 2 years, I want this show to be there in Springfield, doing it for the week. You know what I mean? That's what I want. Well, maybe a couple days. I don't know if I want to be in Springfield for a whole week, but you know what I'm saying. Go up a couple days, Sean and myself, and go get it done and have some fun, all of that stuff. So there you go. So reach out if many different ways. You already told you that we need to grow. So if you happen to have any skills, or somebody that has those kind of skills, BigORadioshow@yahoo.com is always the way that you can reach out to us. But just to kind of put a bow on it, again, thanks, Joe. Very nice of you, my brother. I appreciate you. Phone took a crap, had to reboot, but what's up, Big O? That's what Two Extreme says. Milton Munoz says, Big O, I've been listening to you for decades. Yeah, I'm old. My first call back in the day in the Spanish station was ¿Qué piensas de Brian Cox? Today, smashing from Chicago. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. I should get Brian on. I know Brian really well. He and I would smoke cigars at the Senior Bowl all the effing time, dude. All the effing time. I mean, that was good stuff. That was good stuff. He's an exceptional person, by the way. Okay, I got nothing but great things to say about Brian Cox, man. He is a fantastic person. Steve Chapman, the man on the mountain, says, as you know, I'm a Boston guy except for my Dolphins. WEEI in Boston has an ex-Red Sox, Lou Merloni. Of course, I know who he is. An ex-Patriot, Christian Faurier. So the afternoon shows, both guys are doing the work on all sports. Yeah, but they're hardcore too. There's kind of this thing, and it's very successful, where you talk very little sports. It's more about screwing off and doing all kinds of, and there's plenty of radio shows that do that, and it's very successful. And listen, I have fun here. I take my shots. I joke around about different things. If you listen long enough, we'll have some fun, and I'll have my own twist on things, but I'm not going to make the whole show about that, because there's actual sports to talk about. And get to it and have some fun and have some dialogue and opinions and emotions and all those kind of things. Dave says, Crowder is a scream. Love that guy. Looking forward to his next gig. Let's see. Oh, Big O, what do you think about Theocracy? Jamie, I can tell, dude, that I know you listen a lot and I see you on the chat boards all the time. So I know you pay attention to the show and you listen. And one of the things that I loved about Theocracy, Mirrors of, what's it called? Mirrors of, what was it? I wrote it down. I forgot now. Mirrors of Souls. Excellent stuff. I really enjoyed it. But you got me right where I needed it, okay? Because there's a lot of metal out there and hard rock, but then you've got the screamers. And I rarely ever like any kind of band that's just got a screamer. No, that's just not my style. That dude can sing. That was good. That was really good. I really enjoyed Mirror of Souls. That was exceptional. So, in fact, I think I'm going to buy it on Amazon. So yeah, it's kind of like Dirty Honey that I saw last week open up for the Black Crows, and I heard about him because my buddy told me about him. Then I saw them live, and Dirty Honey is excellent, dude. Their singer is fantastic, and so I went and bought the CD off of Amazon. Yes. I buy CDs still. Yes, because I know every time I say that, somebody says, "Hey, damn." I used to listen to the Jungle Jim Rome show syndicated from Southern California. I just listened to Big O now. That's what Rich V says. Thank you, sir. Thank you. That is very kind of you. Let me see if I got anything from earlier here to pick out that I have not read. There's a lot of questions. I am so, somebody sent me the other day about, hey, man, I asked you, but I couldn't get an answer. And I'm like, dude, I'm sorry. It's like it's grown and there's a lot of questions and a lot of comments, and I can't get to all of them. You know what I'm saying? Leon Fresco says, I love how none of these comments have anything to do with Iron Clay's show. I think Big O should probably save his cash as a no one really. You're talking, well, listen, that's the idea. We're going to switch around. And for me, basketball is year round. So it's not, I know that you're going to, the chat board at times, you guys are going off on different things, even when I'm talking, and you're going back and forth and arguing about different things. So it happens, but there were plenty of questions for the boys, which was great. And I know how it is. In a couple of weeks, it picks up because once basketball starts, then it matters because they're playing. So this is the way it goes, but that's fine. Those are the two sports that are going to be year round on this show. Football and basketball. Football and basketball are year-round sports now, and so that's where you can expect that kind of coverage on this show. Let's see. Uro now says, I've been listening to you for at least 10 years. I remember busting your chops about Des Bryant on the 640 text line. You've definitely been ahead of your time with listener interaction. Well, thank you. What about Circus of Power? Is that a band, a metal band? Let me write it down, I guess. You guys are giving me more homework here. Circus of Power. I will check it out, my man. I can't play any of that here because YouTube will shut down the show, for the day or whatever, and you just can't play any of that stuff. But I will check it out. Thank you. Circus of Power. All right. Did you see the PK last night? Yeah, I saw the Skip to My Lou PK by McCoon. Yes. Hopefully, what's it called? Michelle Kaufman can join us sometime this hour to talk a little bit about that. They got lucky yesterday, dude. They got lucky. But, hey, I'll take it, man. They've had some bad luck, too. So once in a while, it's nice for the leprechaun to land on your shoulder and give you a little luck. Big O Theocracy's first album was all made and produced by the lead singer, all instruments. Amazing stuff. A lot of Dream Theater influence. Yes, you are correct that there is a lot of Dream Theater. Jimmy Amaya, thank you, sir. Cash App. You are awesome. Thank you. Jimmy, appreciate you giving us some love on the Cash App. That is absolutely awesome. Let's see. But I did enjoy Theocracy, man. That was good. That was really good. I'm going to buy that album. I tried to do a Cash App, Big O, but it wouldn't let me use debit card. Okay, I don't, Danny, I don't know, man. I don't know how it. You got it. I guess don't go through debit card. Connect your. I guess you do your bank account is what you do, not the debit card, right? I think that's what you put. You put your bank account, and then it'll go through. That's the way you. And then you can send anytime you want to your friends, family members, or whatever. All that kind of stuff. Let's see. Let's see. But I bought a Cash Chat. Do you still collect off of that? I don't know what Cash Chat is. We only have Cash App and Venmo, and then obviously the Super Chat. That's all. Those are the 3 avenues, my brother, to help out the show. Dirty Honey reminds me of GNR and Aerosmith blended together. I was thinking David Coverdale and who was it that I was comparing it to? Oh, Jack Russell, Great White. I was kind of comparing a Jack Russell, Great White, and David Coverdale had a rock child, and the rock child would be that dude because it kind of reminded me a little bit of both those guys actually. So it's interesting how we kind of see it, I get what we're doing, but we're trying to put like some kind of comparison to it, and we're seeing it a little different. Let's see what else do we got going on here. I watched the tape over and over on that interception. Brother, it's a win. Don't worry about it. Don't kill yourself. it's it happens. Look, what you have to worry about with Tua, and I don't think you're going to have to worry about this. Does this become habitual? Does he throw interceptions all the time? Does he go Jameis Winston on your ass? You see what I'm saying? So he played a pretty decent game overall, and he doesn't have, a great line or a great running game, and yet he still found a way to make plays with the guys, and he made a lot of quick decisions. He made a lot of good throws. I just kind of think that we've got to be a little bit more patient. That's all with it. And don't torture yourself, man. The bottom line is they won. I mean, look at the Raiders game the other night. That thing was funky, man. It went back and forth and all that stuff, and still it was a mission overall. And yet they won after mistakes and all kinds of stuff going on. And yet they figured it out. That's why don't drive yourself crazy with that stuff. It's not worth it. Big O, it bothers me that they talk trash about everyone. Why? Again, let it go, dude. Let it go. All the trash they talk, and they won 10 games last year. That's it. When I had my conversation with Greg Bedard, who I love, but he's like, well, they didn't make the playoffs last year. And it's like, let's be realistic. See, that's an unrealistic comment because you tore it completely down the year before and you're still rebuilding. And the problem is that his mind, he's still thinking of the past and he's not compartmentalizing everything and looking at it for, okay, what did Greer and Flores do since the first year till now? And he doesn't look at it that way. He lumps everything else that's gone on with it, and that's unfair. And then things like this, you got a lot of people that are commenting on the Dolphins. You can't worry about that stuff. They said listen, they were all talking about tanking, right? And it sounded good for them when it was 0-3 and 0-4. And then they started to win games after 0-7. And the tanking people were like, well, wait a minute, I thought you were tanking. No, they weren't tanking, asshole. They were never tanking. They tore the team down to the bone, and they went young. They want to develop their guys. They got rid of Eric Flowers and said, all right, let's go. Let's move on. Let's tear the scab off. Let's see if these young guys can play. We can't keep them on the bench. Eric Flowers is a progress stopper, and it's not like he's a Pro Bowler. So people can look at it however they want. Oh, you traded your Minka. You should have kept him, but he doesn't want to be here. Get rid of him. But guess what? They still won 10 games last year without Minka and Tunsil. So let them spin whatever they want. Let them say whatever they want. Wasting your time going after it is what you do is you sit patiently, kind of like crypto. You hodl, you sit patiently, and then you wait for it to climb to a point where you can start to take profits. Well, guess what? Let's wait till they make the playoffs at the end of the year, and then you can turn around and you can tell all the haters, guess what? F you. Kind of like Len Dawson. Len Dawson and the Chiefs lost the first Super Bowl between the AFL and the NFL. And when the merger came the first couple of years, Green Bay won those first two Super Bowls. They beat Kansas City, and Lombardi, after that game, said, hey, Kansas City is good, but they're not as good as a lot of the teams we play in the NFL. So he took a shot at Kansas City. He took a shot at the AFL, right? So then Len Dawson, 2 years later, in 1969, is sitting in the Orange Bowl in the press box, and down on the field is the New York Jets against the Baltimore Colts. Again, the AFL against the NFL. And the Jets ended up surprising them and winning, and that's when Len Dawson got up and turned around to everybody, the writers and all that, because there was this attitude that the AFL was lesser and that they didn't belong in the merger. They shouldn't have merged, that they weren't as good. And then, boom, the Jets win. Len Dawson stood up in the press room, turned around, and everybody said, so what do you guys think of the AFL now? And there was no peep. There wasn't a peep in the house. They couldn't say anything. And then from there on, more AFL teams like Kansas City, like the Dolphins, like the Raiders, started winning Super Bowls. So then all that went by the wayside, and all the old people stopped talking about the AFL like it was the lesser league when it wasn't. That's all it is, man. So do what Len Dawson did. Do what you're supposed to do in crypto. Don't panic. Don't react. Let the ups and downs happen, because the ups and downs, there's always lower highs and higher highs as it goes up if you look at it on macro. And then eventually you'll have your window where you can sell and make some profit. And that's it. And then you'll be laughing. Well, when the Dolphins make the playoffs, you can turn around and tell them, send them a tweet, give them the finger, tell them you don't know shit, all that kind of good stuff. And you'll have fun with that. That's all. Just wait for your moment. It's coming. That's all. You have the coach. You have the front office. But it just doesn't happen overnight. You don't correct 20 years of mistakes just like that. You got to gut the team. You got to build the culture. You got to teach them how to win. And they're doing it through youth. Just like all those people that said tanking, they were never tanking. Because if you're tanking, you're not trying to go 5-4 at the end of the year. You're not trying to beat the New England Patriots. But anybody can, narratives, right? You can spin it however the hell you want. By the end of the year, you look really stupid. Now you understood, or you maybe some people still think they were tanking, but they didn't understand that what Flo was doing was teaching them how to win. Then he taught them how to win. They started winning, and then he gave them the taste of winning and and how you benefit from it. And at the end of the year was 5-4. And then you end the dynasty for the Patriots, which is one hell of an accomplishment for that 2019 team. So, again, it's like when I was talking to my boy Greg, you can say whatever you want about the Dolphins. Flo is 3-2 against Belichick in his first 5 games, and he's won twice there in Foxborough. Normally, what has happened over the years, the Dolphins always give the Patriots trouble here in Miami and win sometimes. But in Foxborough, that's a cemetery out there for the Dolphins. Not anymore. Not anymore. Somebody's won in Foxborough 2 out of 3 years. Who's that? That's Flo. So stick the tanking in your ass and stick all the crap that you want to talk about the Dolphins, and you want to keep labeling them what happened with Gase and what happened with Cameron and what happened all that, and you think it's the same old Dolphins. It's not going to be the same old Dolphins. Wait your turn. Trust me. You'll get your revenge. You will. Trust me. Let's see. Big O, we've been bad for so long that our fans don't have no patience, and I understand. Yeah, I understand the fans that don't have patience. I try to reason with them, but I understand. It sucks, man. It sucks to lose for a long time. It sucks not to be competitive for a long time. It sucks to be incompetent for a long time. And the Dolphins were all of that. Now it's the Canes. Now it's the Canes that have that disease that they can't get rid of. Big O, love the NFL history lesson. You'll never get that story in the mainstream. Do you think Preston will be active for Buffalo? Something tells me they're going to keep him out a couple more weeks, but we'll see. We'll see, my friend. Nobody has access to Flo. That's the other thing that I laugh at. Well, yeah, no, I know what Flo is thinking. Flo likes this player, that player. He wants to trade. No, you don't. Nobody talks to Flo. Nobody talks to Chris Greer. Those guys aren't talking to anybody. But I don't know. My guess is as good as yours, my friend. But I'm going to say, because of everything going on right now, look how they were cautious with Raekwon Davis. They've been cautious with players. I think they're gonna slow walk this thing with Preston. And now that you got Fuller back, and I don't know if the anti-vaxxer's coming back, but hopefully he'll be on the field today practicing and getting ready for the game. Really, with Preston right now, as long as Parker is healthy, you can kind of live without Preston at the moment. And I want the speed on the field. I want Fuller and Waddle on the field creating havoc. And I want Gesicki on the field and Parker. That way you have all the elements. You have the big receiver, you have the two blazers, and you've got the athletic tight end. And let me tell you something. If Fuller was healthy last week and ready, if Fuller was not suspended last week and he plays, I think Gesicki becomes a bigger factor in the game, because that safety could not then, they weren't worried about Albert Wilson. As much as others were enthralled with Albert Wilson in shorts, the Patriots weren't worried about Albert Wilson at all. They'll be worried about Will Fuller. I can guarantee you that. And that safety will have to roll. That free safety will have to roll over, or if he doesn't, he then has to worry about Waddle and Fuller, and then Gesicki. You're not going to double him. You're done. So that's really the key. And it shows you the difference between a Albert Wilson, the overrated one, and, of course, Will Fuller. And you'll see. This week, you'll see a difference because of Fuller being added to the offense compared to Albert Wilson. Let's see. Just saw that Flo is taking Raekwon Davis injury as day-to-day per today's well, he's on the IR. He's on the IR. So, you know what I mean? He could be out up to 3 weeks. So you don't really know. None of us really know. They call it day-to-day. That doesn't mean anything. He could be out weeks. That's the way these guys are. But the good thing is that they're going to at least, and by the way, the Dolphins have activated tight end Adam Shaheen, baby. I love it. Now you got two tight ends to really attack the defense for the Bills. And this is really good, ladies and gentlemen, to get these guys back for this game. I love it, man. I love it. I think it's fantastic. Let's see if we could get the I don't know if there was a press conference this morning, but maybe we can get the press conference. I don't know if it was this morning or it still hasn't gone on. Let me see. I can look it up here. Let's see. Where are we at here? Let's see. All right, let me give you some stuff here. The coach says they're going to take Raekwon Davis' injury as day-to-day. He doesn't like working in timelines because he personally had setbacks with injuries in his career and doesn't like to operate in guesswork. Will Fuller's return today will be his first day back. He had some practice time, and then they'll know more. Also, the coach says we have to have high execution against this team. It's a very good team, which we all know that. Let's see. What else do we know here? On Tua getting through progressions, he's a young player who's getting better every time he steps on the field. That's in a lot of areas: calling the play, reading the defense, decision making, progressions. It's all getting better. Okay. Adam Shaheen and Austin Jackson both will be practicing today. That's also very good because you add depth. Okay. So those are some of the news and notes from the game. I'll try to see if I can actually get the whole video. I don't know if it's been posted yet, but I'll see if I can get the whole video up and play it for you guys, and we'll try to go in that direction. Let's see, what else do we have here? Big old Bills safety Jordan Poyer isn't known for his playmaking or coverage skills. He's known for his wife. Oh yeah, yeah. She's isn't she the one that's like a big Trumpy and anti-vaxxer and all that kind of stuff? Yeah. She's hot too, by the way. If I remember correctly, Jordan Poyer did a good job there. Oh, imagine what you just said about our speed and both tight ends back, and then add Parker before he is injured again. That spells trouble. No, I love this offense. I think this offense is going to score a lot of points. I really do. I think I really believe Tua is going to have a heck of a year, and we just got to let this thing grow. It just doesn't happen in one game or 1 year. Everything with flow is day-to-day, LOL. I agree 100% about Preston, Big O. I think that they're slow walking a lot of players for the 17-game season, trying to stay strong late in the season to make a run. I agree. And the good thing is you're already 1-0, so you're not falling behind, which is super key. Our receivers are going to smoke that defense. That's what Two Extreme says. Big O, I think DVP has a huge day. Get him involved early and often. Yeah, I think you can get after that Buffalo secondary. They got to make quick decisions and get those speed guys, get them the ball quickly, and let them start making plays. And I think everything will be all right. Big O, do you think this might be the end of the road for Noah Igbenogany? He was a healthy scratch last week, and by the looks of it, might not dress again this week, according to Flores. But why would you play him at this time? If he's not your main returner, which he helps out in returning, if he's not a starting boundary corner, he's not supposed to start over Jones or X, and he's not really a slot guy. And you have Nick Needham, who has more experience than him. You have to, guys, Austin Jackson is 20 years old. He's super young. We have to give him time to develop. And Noah Igbenogany has only been playing corner for a couple of years. The guy got to Auburn as a wide receiver, then switched positions. So now he's kind of learning the position at college, and he's now learning the position at the ultimate level. None of this is going to happen overnight. And then the worst thing that happened for Noah is that they acquired Jones. So they're not giving him the playing time so he can make all his mistakes and then find out if he can turn into a good player. So the development of Noah becomes that much more difficult because of what's in front of him. And I know Noah's kind of maybe was drafted more as an insurance policy because of what was going on with X, or what will go on with X after this year is done if they choose to trade him. But we have to be patient. You can't expect a kid to develop when he doesn't play. So if he doesn't get enough playing time, how do we judge him? That's kind of the way it is. And because he's so green at the position, he has to learn how to play it. He has to make his mistakes. That's the only way he's going to get better with those experiences. It's just a really tough situation. And in a way, you almost feel like they shouldn't have drafted him because they're actually doing a disservice to themselves as a team and to Noah. That's really the truth right now. That's the one thing that maybe that's the bigger problem, is that maybe they overshot there a little bit, and they're like, okay, yeah, maybe we shouldn't have drafted this kid at this time because we're pretty loaded. And maybe they didn't expect Nick Needham to become as good a player as he's become, as reliable of a player as he's become. And then, you bought Jones, so you've got X. You don't need him as much. Hard to develop when you don't play. And it's not like people rotate corners on the outside. Your starting corners are your starting corners. And you're not going to rotate you start rotating Byron Jones with Noah. You know what happens now? You guys start creating a controversy of why are you paying Jones if you're rotating him? You start rotating X. How stupid is that? You're going to rotate the best corner in the NFL or one of the 3 best corners in the NFL? Can't do that either. So if he's a boundary guy and he can't play the boundary, what do you want him to do? And last year, Jones was out for a couple games, so he got some playing time, but it's only a couple games. Tough, man. I mean, we have to, as frustrated as you might be, I bet you Chris Greer and Brian Flores are more frustrated than all of us because they can't find the time to play him, to develop him, because they're trying to win, not tank, since day one. Now, Noah would have been great the first year. That would have been awesome the first year because even X was out. And he could have played all year and made all the kind of mistakes, and he probably would be a better player now. But he has not had that opportunity. And you know how many players in the NFL play in their first year or two maybe, and they struggle. And then the light goes on, and then they become a good player, and that's because they learned the process. We have to be realistic on Noah's situation. As frustrating as it is, it's kind of unfair to him. And for the front office, while they were maybe looking forward to protecting themselves, they probably overshot a little bit now because they're hurting the development of the young man because they're trying to win. It's not their fault in that sense. But next year, if X is moved, then that could become, an option now, and then you start to develop him. Chris says, we will see Noah soon enough, and hopefully he'll come out ready to go. These are DBs. They're going to get injured and banged up, and someone's going to miss some time. He'll get on the roster and get some. Hopefully. Although, Chris, you're right. Injuries happen. In a perfect world, we don't want anything to happen to those guys. In a perfect world, honestly, we don't want to see Noah on the field. I got to be honest, right? You want your 2 starting corners out there, and right now you want Nick Needham out there, right? I mean, it's not like you're choosing anybody else. I know you got to develop the kid, but you don't have any time to develop him. You're trying to win games here. You want to go to the playoffs? Yeah, right? Okay, so you play your best players. That's it. That's all you can do. Nathan Schellenhammer says mid and late round, Greer does great. I'd like to see him hit more on the first and second rounders. So, right, we'll find out if that's last time I checked, Minka was a first rounder. Last time I checked, Tunso was a first rounder. Last time I checked, X was a second rounder. Last time I checked, those guys are successful, right? So I know, I get it. Igbenogany, Austin Jackson, and Tua are still, the jury is still out on those guys. X wasn't special either his first year and a half, maybe 2. Kind of started really like becoming X like his 3rd year probably. It's when he became like the guy. So, I don't know. He hits on him, but we got to give him time to develop. It's not as easy as it sounds. Charles Harris, miss. Christian Wilkins, a good player. Christian Wilkins hasn't been a bad player. Raekwon Davis, the kid got injured, but we got to give him some time, and hopefully he gets back with a knee and he plays the way we're expecting him to play. You just drafted Jalen Phillips. Let's wait. You guys want microwave results, and that's just not the way it goes. So he has hit on first and second rounders, but now you're talking about the last couple of years now. Those we have to give some time to develop. You're not going to hit on all of them. Okay? And sometimes, and here's the other thing. You can't have your cake and eat it too. If you miss on a second rounder, but you hit on Van Ginkel in the fifth, it's the way it goes. That's the way it goes. Right? As long as you're finding players, you found Nick Needham on the street, right? You found Seiler on the street. See, you guys can't pick and choose when the fuck you want to pick somebody didn't hit. Okay? That's lazy. That's absolutely lazy, right? Because they find Jonathan Agba off the scrap heap. He's still young enough, actually, that you can have a future with him, and they got him on a cheap-ass contract. That's how you win games, ladies and gentlemen. And you find Myles Gaskin in the 7th round. You understand what I'm saying? You can't pick and choose. Players are players. Whatever you find to help you, street free agency, a trade like Adam Shaheen, or a draft pick. Don't give me this lazy-ass shit. Oh, no, I just want to pick on Charles Harris and Noah Igbenogany. Yeah, but then I can give you 30 other players that they hit on in all kinds of ways. That doesn't fly like that, okay? You don't hit on all 7 picks. So if you find a guy that's a really good player for you later in the draft, so be it. I don't care where you found him. Does he help you win is the question. Yes. So then that's all that counts. Just like I've been warning you guys ahead of time, right? Because so many Dolphin fans assume, and you're so critical on the offensive line, and you assume all 5 draft picks are going to hit. And that's just not the case. There are so many Dolphin fans that are hypercritical about all 5 picks, and they never take the time to say, well, wait a minute, who the hell hits on 5 offensive linemen? So let's say Austin Jackson sucks, but Eichenberg's awesome. It's a wash. Let's say Hunt is awesome and Solomon Kinley isn't. It's a wash. And let's say you hit on Dieter, you're a monster if you hit on 3 of 5. You're only going to hit on 2 or 3 of these guys. If they hit on 4 or 5, like I've said over and over again, Chris Greer's an effing genius. Let's not get lazy here, okay? Let's not start talking, they missed on this guy, and then you're leaving everything out that they find. And that's not fair either. You know, Gesicki, by the way, is a 2nd rounder, isn't he? For that guy that chimed in. Last time I checked. Did he not hit on that also? I mean, you know, it's pure laziness to just point out a player or 2 or 3 or whatever. But overall, he's hit on guys. They've hit on several guys, and they found guys outside the draft, undrafted. They've traded for guys. That's how you win. You don't only win with the draft picks. You better be good at finding some undrafted college free agents. You better be good at trading for some guys. You better be good stealing guys off of somebody else's practice squad. And then obviously in free agency where you overpay most of the time, but once in a while you're going to have to hit on them. It's just a lazy thing. Oh, look, in the end, here's what I'm going to tell you. They're 16-10 since the 0-7 start. So I don't care if you want to nitpick about 1 pick here, 1 pick there. Is the team getting better? Yes. Then what the hell do you want? Right? What the hell do you want? Do you want to actually, a real football team? Or do you want to just be a bitter-ass fan that's trying to find the negative in everything? Meanwhile, the team went 10-6 last year and now started 1-0. They got a shot at going 2-0 this week, and they beat Buffalo I don't care how they beat Buffalo. You know that, right? I hope it's another 1-point win. As long as it's a win, it's a win. How anybody comes out of the Patriot game complaining is just baffling to me. It really is. Holy crap, the hour already has gone by. Hour number 2 next.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
This is the Big O Show.
There's many ways to support our program, from subscribing and liking the show to visiting our terrific sponsors. Another way is using Cash App. If you would like to donate to the show and help us grow, download Cash App and search Cash Big O Show. That's Cash Big O Show. We appreciate your support as we continue to build the best sports show on the planet for South Florida sports fans. Support the Big O Show by using Cash App and donate to Cash Big O Show. Thank you for your incredibly loyal support.
This is the Big O Show.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines. There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
There we go. All right, we got it now. There we go. All right, we're ready to rock. Hour number 3 already, man. Alan Poupart's going to join us at 12:30, so we'll have a little fun with Alan, and we'll discuss all things Dolphins. We'll get his thoughts on stuff going on with Miami. He's there now in camp. No show in South Florida has 3 insiders that are constantly following the Dolphins, traveling with the Dolphins, covering the practices than this show right here. You won't find it on any of the garbage stations locally in town. Not on 560, not on 790. They will not do it because they're not truly dedicated. They're lazy, and they barely have any live programming as it is. And then there's nothing else after that, pretty much locally in town. Let's see, what else do we have here going on that I wanted to talk a little bit about on Le Programme. Raekwon Davis. Now, I do want to remind you that placing Raekwon on the IR is actually a good thing. I'd rather you not push it and risk that the young man could further injure whatever he has. And hopefully it's not something serious. Hopefully he doesn't even have to be there for 3 weeks. And Omar made a really good point on the show. I think it was on Monday. He might have made it on Monday, if I'm correct. Or yeah, I think he made it on Monday, that really Buffalo is not a power running team. And that is actually true. They're not really the kind of team that wants to punch you in the mouth and run. No, the quarterback will do some running. The running backs are kind of guys that catch passes, and like Singletary is not a power back or anything like that. And now they can run the ball, obviously, but they're gonna challenge you also on the edges a lot with the running game. And as you all know, this team has had some issues with running quarterbacks. Josh has had success running the ball against the Dolphins, but this defense has gotten better since the first year to where it's at now. And I'd rather you slow walk the injury with Raekwon and try to, save him for a couple weeks down the line, where at least you can have a healthy guy that hopefully can stay in one piece for the rest of the year, because he's so important for the middle of the line. And this is one of those guys that I was expecting a breakout year from for the Miami Dolphins, because I really feel like he has the talent to be an ultimate difference maker and a disruptor in the middle of the field. And now I did not see and I'll ask Alan at the bottom of the hour, but I haven't heard if they're going to activate Benito Jones or Jabal Sheard. I would actually get Sheard, because Sheard has a sack history. He's got like 53 in his career. He's a 10-year veteran, and against a Bills team, I think you need a veteran. And so I'm hoping that it's Sheard, because Benito looks like he's got some skills, but he hasn't really developed. And to put him in this kind of a situation, it would be tough. So Sheard would be the guy that I would like to see if they do activate, because they still have a spot open to activate, but they can probably wait till later in the week to make that decision to find out if there's any other injuries, God forbid. But in practice, you never know. So they may have to make other decisions. But I would like to see Jabal Sheard be the guy that gets elevated, and because he can practice with the team. So I'm sure they've got him at least in condition too in the process. Derek Anthony on Twitter says, so watching the game back and this past week, everyone overreacted on the captain's pick. No one player had the C patch on their uniform, unless I'm missing something. I mean, he's the quarterback, dude. All he has to do is ball out. Who gives a shit about a C? The C doesn't matter anything. You know what matters? That they believe that you can lead them to a win. Now, if Tua loses the locker room in that sense, so if you have a C, how does that help? Narratives. That's all. Well, he wasn't picked captain. What happens if he sucks? What does the captain do for you? Hey, I got the C. You got to listen to me. Okay, no, I got the C. Okay, I tell you guys where to sit in the cafeteria. I got to see. I'll tell you guys when you can talk to the media and not. What's the C going to do for you, bro? Is the C going to help you play better? He's the quarterback. Every quarterback's the leader. He doesn't need a damn C. What he needs to do is go out there and kick ass. What he needs to do is, play the game where his teammates go, this is our guy, and we're fighting for him all the way to the end. And last time I checked, I think I saw a Dolphins team fight all the way to the end on Sunday. Kid made a lot of plays, and even when he made the bad play, somehow or another, defense found a way to pick him up and help out the offense and help out Tua in that moment. Awesome. That's what you want to see. When you have no hope, that's a different ballgame. So what, putting the C on Andy Dalton makes a difference for you? So let's just go. Let's just get ridiculous, and let's just start talking about things that really don't matter. The C's not going to help you when you got to scramble and get away from a defensive end and try to make a play. The C doesn't help you when you've got to place the ball over the shoulder of the wide receiver because there's a DB that is hanging on his other shoulder. The C's not going to help you in any way, shape, or form. So what's the big deal? Go out and ball, kid. You go out and ball, everything else will work out. And that's all that matters. C. Like, he really needs that to become a successful quarterback. Come on. We get to these silly things, and it's just 24-hour news cycle. Let me write something. Let me find something controversial and all that kind of stuff. Big O, I follow Flying Fluffy, who talks about the Florida Panthers. Great guy. If you can bring him on during the hockey season, Panthers winning it all this year. I have no idea who Flying Fluffy is. Maybe I know the person. I didn't know maybe his nickname. I have no idea what that means. But I know we will have George Richards on, and what my man David Dwork. Got nothing but love for my man David Dwork, as always. George Richards, I've known for a long time, one of the good dudes in this business. So we will have those guys on for sure during the hockey season. That I can guarantee you, because I've always had them on during the season. And when I started Onside, I had those guys also involved in all of this. So I will. Don't worry about it. We'll cover the Panthers. We'll cover. If the Marlins give me a chance and start doing their part, I would love to talk more Marlins. I know that baseball is not big, but I love baseball. I love the Marlins. I just need them to do their job. Dean Brown says exactly. Typical fans just want to win no matter the style and win. We need to play a lot better to compete against the league's best. I agree. Big O, don't you know that the C on their chest is where Tom Brady hides his magic crystals that keep him young and allow him to manipulate the football and people? My wife said something she was right. That dude actually looks better now than he did younger when he was younger. He's found the fountain of youth, bro. I don't know how he's done it. Eichenberg didn't get pancaked on Sunday. He got tripped on Kinley's foot. That's why he fell. Yes, we all know that already. That highlight has gone all over. It's become viral for the poor kid getting tripped up on his right leg when he was dropping back, which happens at times. Again, young guy, man. Things happen. Miami has a bottom 5 OL, and look how many expensive assets were used to reach recently. Yeah, exactly. You'd rather keep Flowers around than just develop the young guy. You made a mistake, you move on, and you get the young guy. I don't have a problem with any of that. And Flowers was brought in because you were a young team. You didn't have enough linemen. So he was just a stopgap guy. Not a big deal, man. That's not something that I'm worried about. The bitter Dolphin fan that can't let go of the past is the one that's hanging on to any little negative that they can find. Meanwhile, the team won 10 games. And they're 1-0 now. And to be talking about Eric Flowers, brother, get a life. Get laid. Worry about something else, dude. Holy shit. You're going to keep worrying about Minkah Fitzpatrick too? You're going to worry about Laramie Tunsil? Going to keep worrying about that? Go ahead, knock yourselves out, bro. You got to love the person that only has to worry, that keeps worrying about crap in the past that's not affecting anything right now. Eric Flowers wasn't going to make a difference here. He wasn't that good last year. So if they admitted that it was a mistake, what do? You keep the mistake around? I guess you must love when they kept Jamar Fletcher out there, huh? And they kept playing Eddie Moore. I guess you must have loved that. I love the people that it's like my boy Greg Bedard. Well, he's on his third offensive coordinator. Well, then if he feels they suck, fire him. What are you going to do? Because I've watched bad coaches be kept, like Tom Olivadotti, and they kept him, and they kept him, and they kept him. It's like, come on, Shoes, get rid of him. And that's Shula. I've watched him keep Joe Philbin around and give him an extension after winning a meaningless Minnesota game. I mean, it's really like, dude, it's like this guy Rick is a sour little bitch. Lots of mistakes. They won 10 games, almost made the playoffs in their second year, and they're 1-0. Brother, again, go get laid, bro. Clearly you don't get laid enough. It's sad, really. But those are the Doll fans right now that can't even allow themselves to enjoy what's going on and how the team is getting better every single time. I got a question for you all, since we got a bunch of folks there on the chat board. And of course, if you're listening on the podcast, whenever you are, Big O Radio Show at yahoo.com. All right. Here's the question, because I just to have a little fun with this. Chandler Jones over the weekend sacked Tannehill 5 times in the game. Okay, so he's got 5 sacks on the season. Now, just let's have some fun here. If Chandler Jones, which I don't think is going to happen, but just in case, it could, you never know. If Chandler Jones gets 5 more sacks in the next 16 games, did he have a great year? Because normally 10 sacks is considered a pretty damn good year. Chandler Jones is probably a 12, 14 sack guy, but 10 would be at least a good year for him, not a great year for him. But let's just say that. So if he has 5 more sacks, and at the end of the year, right, man, Chandler Jones had 10, but he had 5 in one game. Is it still a great year or a good year for him overall? Or 5 sacks in 16 games, which is the normal regular season, used to be at least. That's not impressive. That's decent. That'll be good for Jalen Phillips. If Jalen Phillips can get 5 sacks this year as a rookie, that would be pretty good for him. As a young guy, not bad. That actually would be that would be a nice floor for him in that 4 to 6 sack range if he can do something like that. But for Chandler Jones, if he gets 5 more in the next 16, is it still considered a good year after you got 5 in one game? Because it would be, it's kind of screwed up if it does happen that way, because it's great to get 5, but I was thinking, what if he doesn't get a lot for the rest of the year after this? They go into the playoffs and the guy stays with his 10 sacks. I wonder how that's viewed. Jeremiah says, nope, that's not good. Tannehill has we know Tannehill has no pocket presence. Chandler was insane. Yes, he was. Let's see. Maybe for a rookie. Let's see. What else? No, that's an average year. Yeah. He needs 12 or more sacks now. You mean 12 on top of the 5? Or do you mean 12 in total is what you mean? Let me live in peace. A decent year, not great, right? It wouldn't look as good if you end up with 5 more sacks in the next 16 games. And the big picture going, hey, it's a 10-sack season. That's pretty good. But if you got 5 in your first game, so it'll be I think he'll have a hell of a year because the guy is a monster pass rusher. So he probably should get a lot more. Hakeem says, I don't get laid enough, Big O, but I don't act like that about the past Dolphin decisions. I mean, there's nothing to complain about Miami right now. Nothing. Zero. Nothing. After going through Philbin and Gase and all this stuff that you've had in the past, and you watch this guy win 5 games with no talent and then win 10 games, and now he's 1-0, there's nothing to complain about whatsoever. If the team continues to improve, what's there to complain about? To look back at a couple moves here or there, every move is not going to be 100%. So to me, it's petty. It's short-sighted also. And really, people that are complaining, you kind of deserve Adam Gase and Joe Philbin, bro. Really. Seriously. I would love to send you to You ever saw that show Sliders with Jerry O'Connell? I would love to send you back to Sliders, and I want you to go to an alternate universe where you're freaking stuck with Adam Gase for the rest of your life, and Tony Sperano celebrating field goals, and Wanstead running his fingers through his hair, and Cam Cameron telling you to turn that thumb right side up, all that good stuff, so you can hang out with Ted Ginn and his family. That's what you deserve. I'd love to send your ass back to an alternate universe where you're stuck with a crappy coach and crappy results, instead of a team that's actually up and coming and, is actually getting the respect of people around the league, and slowly but surely they're climbing the ladder in this damn division. But that's all right. Again, at the end of the year, you can turn around and get your revenge, is what can happen. Let's see. What else do we have? Do people realize how hard it is to win on a Sunday, let alone in Foxborough? No, they don't. No, they don't. Yeah. They have no idea, my brother. Zero. Let's see, what else do we have? Hard Knocks may be over. Tomorrow night at halftime, you will find out the future of Hard Knocks. They stop allowing you to see the players getting cut, which is kind of brutal at times. Although it is funny when Vontae Davis needs to call his grandmother. I will admit I never get enough of that scene, right? And Jeff Ireland saying we got a bunch of 3s, 4s, and 5s and 6s, and 4 5s and 6s. We need 1 2s and 3s. Which it's like, well, dude, isn't that your job? That's your job, right? So Hard Knocks, we'll find out. And I will admit that this year's Hard Knocks didn't have a lot of drama. I enjoyed the cornerback. His son was absolutely magical. His son is such a character. The young cornerback, I'm forgetting his name now. He had an interception on the Thursday night game, actually. And I enjoyed that. The human interest part of it, there a lot of times that's pretty cool. I like that part of it. But there wasn't a lot of drama, and there wasn't a lot of I can't even say there were a ton of entertaining moments either, part of it. And apparently they've limited a little bit of their access. And so now the future of Hard Knocks is in doubt. So we'll see what happens with Hard Knocks. I've been a supporter of Hard Knocks every single year. I've watched every one, never missed Hard Knocks. But I will say, if you're going to limit access, then it's going to take away from the show itself, and I probably would not watch it anymore. Once it gets to fluff, you know what I mean? It's kind of like working for 560 and 790. You have to be fluff. You can't really go after the team really hard, or the coaches or the players or anything like that, because of course you'll have a wussy ass program director telling you, hey, we have a partnership. So, those kind of things. So I get it. But Hard Knocks looks like it's going to go by the wayside, or they're going to do something completely different from here on out with it. I don't know what it is. I don't know what they've got in mind for that one. Fitzy is out 6 to 8 weeks with the hip injury. Looks like his career is over. Now, the part where Washington, it's a long season, dude. You already lost a quarterback. You got 16 more. Taylor Heinicke is not the answer. Okay, I've watched the kid play, and maybe he can develop into it. He's a young quarterback, hasn't really gotten a lot of playing time at this level, kind of like what I was telling you with Noah. So maybe he's a guy that's under the radar. I saw him a little bit in the XFL, and then I've watched him here with the NFL. I think he played a little bit maybe last year. Did he? Was it last year? I know I saw him in the preseason, and obviously now with Washington. But they've also got Kyle Allen there, which is the kid that Ron Rivera had in Carolina. So he brought him over. So the talk of Cam, would you bring Cam in? But now you would have to change the offense, and that's not what Heineke plays. That's not what Kyle Allen plays, although he did it in Carolina, where he had Cam starting and he had Kyle Allen backing up, and then Kyle Allen ended up playing some games. And I remember Kyle actually had a couple of decent performances and then kind of fell by the wayside. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see what happens there, but it's kind of sad for Fitz, man. You know, I feel bad for him because obviously you don't want to go out that way, but Washington might be at a point 6 to 8 weeks down the line where they've lost so much. I don't even know if they're trying at that point to win games and why you play, Fitz. Maybe you're just going to play out and get a draft pick. You know what I'm saying? Or find a young guy and try to develop him. Can I tell you something that I was wondering if they would look around, the practice squads and try to steal a guy too. That could be also a thing that they could end up doing. We'll see. All right, let's talk a little Miami Dolphins football. Alan Poupar always is ready to join us to talk with the Sports Grill Miami Dolphins weekly report with Alan Poupar. We do that next.
Let's get ready to talk Dolphins football. It's the Sports Grill Miami Dolphins Report with Sports Illustrated's Alan Poupard. With locations throughout South Florida, check out our sponsored locations in Miami on Bird Road and 114th and in Miami Lakes in the Ryan Oaks Plaza. Here's Miami Dolphins insider Alan Poupard.
There he is, clear blue skies, little puffy white clouds behind you. That's a great picture right there, dude. It's a beautiful day in Miami Gardens. I almost said Davie, dude.
Bad call there. Hey, hopefully it doesn't start pouring like it did last week at this time when I was doing my spot. But right now, no, it's beautiful. Very hot, though.
Yeah, no, I would imagine it cannot rain right now, bro. It just doesn't look like there's a drop in sight, brother. It looks like a beautiful day out there. All right, first of all, Raekwon Davis, he said it was kind of day to day, but that's what he labels everything, right? So we really don't know. And he didn't give you any specifics either on the injury, I would imagine.
Nothing at all. I asked point blank, can you say that the injury is not season ending? And the reply was, he's working his way back day to day like everybody else. He's at a minimum of 3 weeks because he's on IR. So we could be dealing with a minor knee thing, and it could be like strictly 3 weeks, or we could be dealing with a torn ACL and he's out for the year, and we wouldn't know the difference.
Yeah. No, I'm with you there. We've talked about this. So is it Benito? Is it Jabal Shear? I would like to see Shear actually activated because he can get after the quarterback a little bit, and you are playing against an active guy. Plus, he's got the serious experience compared to Benito, who has no experience. Or do you think neither guy gets activated?
Yeah, the problem with Jabal Shear that becomes an apples to orange replacement because Shear is an edge guy, pass rusher, and what they lost was their best run stuffer, nose tackle. So I don't think it's that simple. Could I see Benito Jones elevated from the practice squad? Yeah, maybe. My guess is if it's going to be a long-term injury, more than just a minimum 3 weeks, it wouldn't surprise me if you saw the Dolphins shopping, seeing what's out there in terms of veteran defensive tackles. I kind of scoured online yesterday, didn't see a whole lot that was particularly encouraging in terms of potential replacements. Snacks Harrison is still out there. Does he still want to play? Could he be lured? I'd be that one guy that jumped out at me. Mike Pennell's another nose tackle type who was with the Bears in camp, but then he put him on IR with a groin injury, waived him with an injury settlement. I don't know what his injury status is, what his health is like. Again, this is assuming it's more than just 3 weeks. If it's only 3 weeks, maybe you can roll with John Jenkins and Zach Sealer plays more snaps inside as your nose tackle. So, again, it all depends on exactly how severe the injury is.
I thought Omar made a good point earlier on Monday that the one thing about the Bills, they're really not a power running team, actually.
They're not a running team, period.
Right. So really, this week, Raekwon's not going to be missed nearly as much. And that's why I brought up Jabal because he can get after the quarterback. And Lord knows, as many fresh bodies as you can rotate in and out to get after Josh, because as you know also, Josh has done some damage with his legs.
Or maybe they let Jalen Phillips loose a little bit and then tell him, instead of worrying about edge setting and other responsibilities, like maybe even dropping into coverage, and maybe they just tell him, listen, you see number 17 over there, go get him. So right now they're at 53 because they activated Adam Shaheen off the COVID-19 list. So they don't need to make a roster move. And if they do make a roster move, obviously it needs to be for a reason. You can't just bring up a guy just for the heck of it. It's got to be some sort of replacement type of deal. So I could see them sticking with what they have against the Bills because, as you mentioned, the Bills are not going to be running the ball. So Davis's absence not going to be a major issue there. Then the next week you're dealing with the Raiders, who throw it more than they run it, but they do have a very good running back with Josh Jacobs. Then the following week it's the Colts, and then you have to deal with Jonathan Taylor. So Davis's absence will be felt a lot more in those games than it will against the Bills.
Do you agree with me that if Fuller plays this week, which it looks like he's going to play this week, that's going to change everything for Gesicki? And if you had Fuller last week, I don't know if the Patriots can really bracket the way they did and take Gesicki out of the mix, because the free safety is terrorized at that point with Fuller and Waddle terrorizing you possibly with that speed. And how much do you think Will Fuller opens it up for a guy like Gesicki and the entire offense now? What do you think? What effects do you think it has adding that speed and that element?
No, there's no question it does help, but let's understand a couple of things here. Gesicki only had 2 targets. He only played 21 snaps, which is very little. And again, that part of it was the game plan that they were coming up with and who they were playing. New England traditionally is very good at covering tight ends. And Buffalo, if my memory serves, is very bad at covering tight ends, which sets it up for maybe Gesicki having a big game, which I believe he did in week 2 last year. I know he had that crazy catch over the middle where he stuck out his right hand. But I think just overall, he had a pretty big game on that day. So I could see Gesicki resurfacing. It's just going to be – listen, I was asked this a couple of times about the Dolphins and fantasy football. You stay away from them because they're going to change from week to week. I don't think they're going to have that one guy who every week is going to put up numbers. I think the one guy who they're going to target regularly every week is Jalen Waddle because of everything he does with his speed and how you can make easy throws to him without forcing anything and without really being kind of a slave to what the defense is doing. So I think Waddle's going to get his touches and targets every week, and everybody else, that's going to change from week to week. And the last thing about Will Fuller that I'll say is this is his first week back. He barely practiced in training camp. Again, I'd caution against expecting too much too soon from the guy. In due time, and it could be fairly quickly, he will make a big difference in that he's going to open up the field even more for the Dolphin passing game. But let's not be shocked if his numbers or his snap count's not that high Sunday against the Bills.
Alan, one of the things that I was talking about on the show in the first hour was that having Waddle, it behooves you to keep him in the slot, because with that speed and his change of direction is so good, he can use both sides of the field. Whereas if you're on the edge, you got to go from outside in. When you're running your routes, Waddle he's just a mismatch at that position. And like you just said, the easy passes, I think it's just one of those things that really opens it up for Tua. And you are so right. He's the one guy that they're going to find a way to always get him open pretty much.
Yeah, no question. And look, they drafted him 6th overall for a reason. I mean, he may not have been as quote-unquote polished a wide receiver as Jamar Chase or Devontae Smith, but he's the guy with the giddy up. I mean, he's the Tyreek Hill of the bunch. And if you look at all the ways that Kansas City uses Tyreek Hill, and let's just say it works out pretty well for them, there would be nothing wrong with the Dolphins copying that MO with Jalen Waddle.
Yeah, I'm with you. So explain to me the 10-day wonder in shorts. Albert Wilson did not do anything in the first game. So walk me through what you saw and why Albert Wilson did not do anything after 10 amazing days in shorts.
I'm surprised it took you that long to start ripping on the guy here. Jeez, man, you are relentless. Well, okay, if we're going to go there, in all fairness, it was targeted only twice because Tua was locked in onto Parker and onto Jalen Waddle. Number one. Number two, he had a play where he got himself behind the defender in the end zone where he was clearly open, and the throw was a little bit late. It was a little behind, which allowed Jalen Mills, the cornerback, to get a hand on the ball and deflect it on a play that, if we're going to be honest about it, really should have been a touchdown.
Could have been a touchdown, yeah. Oh.
Okay, so then if Albert Wilson on minimum snaps would have gotten, I don't know how long it would have been, a 20-yard touchdown pass, maybe you wouldn't be so harsh on the dude already.
Yeah,
Am I right? Am I right?
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. At least he would have done something. You're right about that. It's just I didn't see his number called enough out there, and this was an opportunity for him with that speed. And you got to worry about Waddle. You got to worry about Gesicki when he is in there. You got to worry about Parker. You figured, okay, you're like the fourth option. You got to find. That's why I'm hoping that Fuller makes a difference this week, because if you're going to be the fourth option, which really Fuller is going to be the fourth option, then you should be, making some kind of an impact in this game. That's all.
Well, no, but the other thing also is they went with blocking tight ends a good part of the afternoon, and that meant Durham Smythe played 38 snaps, and I believe the total number for the Dolphins was 54 offensive plays. Mm-hmm. Smythe got 38 snaps, Gesicki got 21, and Hunter Long got 18, which is almost the same as Gesicki. So they were more interested in having their tight ends do some blocking in this particular game than having Gesicki out there. So, and then Wilson also didn't get that many snaps. I don't recall exactly how many, but I want to say maybe 22. So it wasn't like he had a ton of opportunities out there. So.
Yeah, you're right. It was in the 20s. You're right. You're correct. Offensive line. He already said that Austin Jackson is the left tackle. Eichenberg, as we all know, poor kid everybody thought he got pancaked, which he didn't. He got tripped up. Did they talk about how they thought he played overall?
Well, Big O, if you're familiar with this coaching staff and this regime the way it is, ask about any single solitary player. I can assure you they did some good things. They're working hard. They have some improvements to make. So that applies to everybody, every game. So it's up to us to determine how we played. And for me, actually, I thought he was very solid. You mentioned already what happened on the sack. He was called for 2 holding penalties. One of them was bad. One of them was bad because it was in the last drive when they were trying to kill the clock, and he got himself in a bad position and stuck out his hand and grabbed the guy's jersey. The other one was an absolutely horrible call where basically he stood up a pass rusher. The guy fell, and Eichenberg pushed him down even more. And I'm looking at the replay. I'm like, exactly what's the call here? I don't get it. So, and outside of that, I thought he was fine. And look, at the overall offensive line, I know it's really easy to look at the game book and go, whoa, the Dolphins average like 3.2 yards. Okay, great. 3 kneel downs by Tua, 2 quarterback sneaks by Jacoby Brissett. Take those out because they're not technically running plays because you're not going to gain 5 yards or 6 yards on the QB sneak and the kneel down. Obviously, it's a 1 yard loss every time. Well, you take those away and the average then becomes 4.0 or 4.1, one of the two, which is, which is not great, but it's solid. So that's good for this line. That's good. Actually, in that game on the road against that front 7, 4 yards a carry, that's a nice nugget you came up with there. I didn't realize that when you do take away those 5 snaps, it kind of takes away from your average overall. And listen, let me tell you something. I didn't think Dieter played bad in that game. I thought he actually played a decent game. I thought Hunter played a decent game. What did you see from some of the guys? Yeah, there was nothing. And to me, the offensive line always, and I think we've discussed this, is usually if you don't notice them, they're doing a good job. And then you're going to notice them if they do something really bad or if they have the splash highlight block where they pancake somebody 5 yards down the line. So didn't know.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. We lost you there. I don't know what happened. You're no volume. Can't hear you. There we go.
Can you hear me? Yes. Okay.
I can hear you now. It's a Verizon commercial.
I apologize for that. So no, and I look at the overall result, and the Dolphins wound up with 260 yards of offense or something, which isn't very good. The problem was that New England had almost 400, and they had the ball the whole game. And I thought, all things considered, this is not a bad New England defense we're facing. In fact, I'd say it's a good New England defense with some limitations right now, especially at cornerback because they don't have Gilmore. And I thought overall the offensive line did a pretty solid job, including Dieter, you mentioned, and Hunt and Kinley did have the one ineligible downfield penalty, negated the one catch that Gesicki would have had.
Yeah, and a lot of people are like, well, because I know Barry asked on Monday, which is a question you got to ask, that is Jackson your starter or will there be competition there? The way I kind of look at it is, in a perfect world, you kind of want Jackson to stay there at left tackle, and you really want Eichenberg to move over to right tackle to compete with Jesse, and eventually you'd like for him to take over because that's still Tua's blind side. So you want to kind of solidify that and then have Jesse in what I think is his perfect role is the 6-man guy that is there ready to go and fill in different spots. That's what I would like. To me, instead of trying to create competition on the left side, I'd like to try to groom the kid to become the right tackle.
Well, I'm going to have to respectfully disagree with you there because I'm still going to maintain that right now Jesse Davis is their best offensive lineman. And
of course,
I'll be honest right here. Did you notice anything Davis's guy did on Sunday where he took advantage of Davis and did anything? To me, he played like a very clean game.
The only thing that I got to go look at it again, but the only thing that I kind of question with Jesse, and it's only one stinking play, there was a sack where he had somebody next to him. Was it a back? I think it was. I thought he waited too long to help the back out because he wasn't blocking anybody at that moment. And they ran the back over, and it became a sack, I think, if I remember correctly. And that was the one play that I thought, Jesse, you got to move a little faster and help your guy out because you weren't handling anybody on the left side. The guard Hunt was taking care of his guy. You had nobody in front of you, so you had the outside pass rusher. And I thought he could have helped out his back a little bit more. Now, I don't know the blocking scheme. Maybe that's where he's supposed to stay no matter what, because of the play that was called too. And because you do have a short quarterback, passing lanes are incredibly important. So if you crumble on one side and you hurt the passing lane on the right side, and then the passes for the right side, it then hurts the whole process. So I understand the bigger picture to all of it. So I don't have all the answers, but that was the only thing I could nitpick. You're right. He played a solid game.
No, and that's what he does. I mean, the thing with Jesse is he's not like physically imposing like Robert Hunt might be a right guard. He's not athletically overly impressive. I mean, you don't see like very quick feet. He's just very, very, very steady. He knows what he's doing. He's been around. And to me, the idea of, well, let's make him a backup because he can move from position to position, unless you're absolutely sure that the guy you put in this place at right tackle is going to do the same kind of job, I'm not on board with that.
No, I'm with you. And by the way, he is physically imposing enough to kick our ass. I do want to. I do want to.
That's a low bar.
Just in case, Jesse. All right, just in case you're watching or anything like that, we are well aware you are physically imposing enough to kick our ass. Okay, I just want to make sure you know that there. Overall, what'd you think of the defense? Because they gave up their yards, and what do you think they got to do this week to kind of keep the team in the game? Because that's the one thing. While they gave up yards and they bent, they didn't really break. They forced them to settle for field goals. They forced turnovers, which I don't think we give them enough credit for forcing 4 turnovers and getting 2 of those fumbles, which was freaking awesome by the team overall. But when you talk about the running game, what do they got to do this week against Buffalo?
Before I talk about that, speaking of Jesse Davis, it's his birthday today. So if he ever catches wind of this, happy birthday, Jesse Davis, along with
Marino and Jesse. Wow.
Along with Dan Marino. Correct. Wow. So the defense, here's the thing. I mean, didn't look a whole lot like 2020 where they gave up yardage, but they found a way to make the stops. I mean, it was all same thing all over again. And if you look at the numbers, I mean, it was 393 total yards for New England. That's not good. But New England was only 1 for 4 in the red zone. They had the 2 turnovers, including the big one at the end. And again, a lot of that is credit to the Dolphins. Some of that you have to say to the New England backs, Ramondre Stevenson on the first one and Damian Harris on the second one. Like, when he's running the ball there inside the 10-yard line at the end of the game like that, did he not expect the Dolphins to try to rip the ball out of his hands? So, again, kudos to Xavier Howard for making the play. It's taking advantage of a mistake from the other team. And let's just realize also that the Buffalo offense, even though it looked bad against Pittsburgh, is a hell of a lot better than the New England offense. So the idea that you're going to be bailed out by turnovers again, and you're not going to give up a lot of yardage, that's kind of shaky a little bit. So they got to make Josh Allen uncomfortable. That's what Pittsburgh did but the thing is, they rushed for most of the game, except that Buffalo's tackles couldn't handle TJ Watt coming in from the left side. They couldn't handle Melvin Ingram coming in from the right side. The Dolphins, as they are right now, are not that kind of team. They create pressure by sending 5 or 6, which leaves them more vulnerable on the back end. So that's the concern when it comes to facing Buffalo. And the other factor is, if you use the past to predict the future, well, Josh Allen has absolutely killed the Dolphins ever since he's been in the league. Even his rookie year when he was spraying the ball all over the place. I mean, he
ran like a running back, dude. He ran like
killing the Dolphins. Yep.
Like it was Walter Payton against the Dolphins. All right, we'll wrap it up with this. And you led me to the secondary. And this is kind of like a catch-22 question, not for you, but for the team and for the player. And it's funny because fans constantly complain about Noah Igbenogany, and I get it. First-round pick has not come through. But there's also an entire bitch to this situation. You know, Needham has developed. You have 2 stud corners. He played a little bit last year when Jones was out for a couple of games. But really, in the end, how do you develop a first-rounder that never can play? And because they're not really ever tanking, they're actually trying to win games, you're not going to sacrifice Noah or somebody else's playing time to put the kid out there because you've got to win. So maybe they screwed up in the front office by drafting him because they were trying to protect themselves for something down the line, or they didn't expect to find a Nick Needham. You know what I'm saying? And so all of a sudden now they're kind of in a catch-22 that a kid that was a receiver that needs to learn the position badly needs a lot of playing time to screw up a lot so you can kind of figure this thing out. And he doesn't get the playing time. He doesn't get the opportunities to make mistakes, to grow from it. So it's a real tough situation because I get the criticism, but maybe the criticism is not completely fair because the kid's not getting an opportunity to really prove himself, whether he can actually grow into the damn position. So we'll never find out whether he's good or not at that spot.
Yeah, except if I'm being honest, I think it's fair criticism because right now the Dolphins could have Jonathan Taylor as their lead running back instead of having Noah Igbenogany. And on the issue of developing a player, well, the time to develop the player is the offseason, it's OTAs, it's training camp, it's the preseason. Once you get into the regular season, it's about winning games. And this tells you, I mean, he's pretty far down the pecking order when it comes to cornerbacks. And it's pretty telling that they wound up dressing and playing Jamal Perry instead of Igbenogany in that game against New England. And obviously it was due to special teams since Perry didn't play a snap on defense.
Right.
But I don't know that there's a whole lot of trust in Igbenogany as a cornerback right now. And again, if you've seen
there's no trust. There's no trust.
No, but the problem is he hasn't shown instincts. You're looking at a really good athlete who, again, is really lacking in instincts and is going to get exposed probably more often than not if you put him out there on defense. So,
but the only way he develops those instincts is to actually go out and play and make mistakes. But this team doesn't have the time to do that in the regular season. They're not an expansion team. They're not the Jags trying to rebuild or something like that. If you were in those kind of situations, fine. But coming off a 10-win season with expectations now for playoffs, there's no way you can play the kid at all. Sucks. And he's not your main returner, which at least they use that. They used them in the special in preseason as a returner, but you're healthy as hell there, so you don't need to activate him. And he's not a gunner, so you've got to go use Jamal Perry. I get it.
No, and if we're being honest, did we see anything special as a kickoff returner from him at any point? No. So it may have been a case of. And this is me saying it. This is not them, and I don't know that for a fact. But it may have been a case of let's see if we catch fire with this guy as a kickoff returner, so then we can use him. So then maybe in a game that's a blowout, we can put him out there on defense towards the end of the game, so he gets game reps. Because right now, you're basically, if you're going to put him out there, you're basically wasting a roster spot in the event again that the game is a blowout, one way or the other. And they can put him on the field so he can get game reps to develop because he's very far from a finished product right now.
Yep, I'm with you. Follow him on Twitter at Poupart. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Poupart NFL. I'm thinking of the old address there. You know what I mean? We don't remember phone numbers now, but we do remember Twitter handles. Okay?
That's the most important thing.
That's the life that we live now because all of our phones – all the memories in there, we don't need to learn. We just pull up somebody's name now. We don't even remember numbers. Poupart NFL, what are you working on SI? That, by the way, Dolphin fans, you need to bookmark his SI page. It's got all of his articles there. It is super easy. They make it super easy for you to follow. What are you working on, dude?
A lot as always. I'm on a track right now. I'm like pumping out like 6 stories a day. Today I've already posted part 1 of a mailbag, which is questions from fans that I answer to the best of my ability. Brian Flores' pre-practice takeaways, including what he said about Raekwon Davis, which was basically not a whole lot, but he had other interesting things to say as well. The first injury report of the week is going to come out later this afternoon. We're going to analyze that. We'll do, and then Tua speaking later today, so we'll do a story or 2 off of the player interviews today, which include Tua. I think we're supposed to get Austin Jackson as well. So, again, as always, though, there'll be a lot of stuff on there.
Poupart NFL, catch him on Sunday, and he'll get us ready for Dolphins and Bills. He is Alan Poupart. Alan, thank you, sir. Appreciate you as always.
Right back at you, and have a good rest of the week.
You got it, my man. There you go. Alan Poupart, good stuff with the Sports Grill Miami Dolphins Insider Report, and you get it every week right here on the program.
This has been the Sports Grill Miami Dolphins Insider Report with Alan Poupart, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show. Make sure you subscribe to the podcast and never miss a report. Search Big O Radio Show on most platforms. Visit Sports Grill and our sponsored locations in Miami on Bird Road and 114th and in Miami Lakes in the Ryan Oaks Plaza.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
This is the Big O Show.
There's many ways to support our program, from subscribing and liking the show to visiting our terrific sponsors. Another way is using Cash App. If you would like to donate to the show and help us grow, download Cash App and search Cash Big O Show. That's Cash Big O Show. We appreciate your support as we continue to build the best sports show on the planet for South Florida sports fans. Support the Big O Show by using Cash App and donate to Cash Big O Show. Thank you for your incredibly loyal support.
This is the Big O Show.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee, and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com.
We are back. Thank you all out there for hanging in there. Took a little break. Had to go to the boys' room. Too much information. Sorry. I had to do it, man. Had to do it. Anyway, we thank Alan Poupar for joining us as always and giving us the skinny on the Miami Dolphins. Tomorrow, Joe Shad's day. He will join us with the American Dream Lending Miami Dolphins weekly report, and we will talk a little Dolphins with him. Don't forget, call my man Eves at American Dream Lending if you are looking for a mortgage and a company that you can trust. Make sure you tell them that Big O sent you. 786-930-4818. That's 786-930-4818. NMLS 1359704. Call the folks at American Dream Lending. Trust me, they will take care of you. Really, really good people, man. They are awesome. I've known them for a while. Not only Eves, Anthony, and just a staff that's going to work hard for you and get you good. And man, interest rates are like down in the 2s. So take advantage, man. Get a new deal. As let's see, as great as Josh Allen was last year, he's just not consistently accurate QB. He missed many throws last week. I would prefer accuracy over arm strength any day. And listen, it was only one game, but he was pretty accurate last year, dude. He made some throws that were pretty nasty. Like you're like, whoa, I was impressed. Look, I didn't believe in Josh Allen. I saw him at the Senior Bowl, and I was like, what the F? I mean, the guy was spraying it all over the place. He couldn't hit the side of a barn. And then his first year, he was terrible at throwing the football, and I was convinced, like, okay, this guy doesn't have it. And then what he did in years 2 and 3, I hate to say it, it's super impressive. But I have to give the young man credit. Brian Dable, whoever it was that worked with him somehow or another, I got to give them mad props at what they did with that kid. They made him into a quarterback. And I'm not going to go off of, one game that he wasn't great last week and all that stuff. I got to see him for a stretch. Now I've given him the benefit of the doubt of what he's done the last 2 years. Now he's got to show me that he's regressed back to where you think he is. I have not seen that, my friend. So I got to see it first for me to believe it, that he's just doesn't have the goods. If we can't stop the run and run the ball constantly, we aren't going to no playoffs. Okay, but the case is they're 1-0 without a dominating running game, and as Alan pointed out, they did average pretty much 4 yards a carry if it wasn't for a couple of plays that they had to, kill the average overall. So I get that. And you're right. They've got to stop the run. They've got to be able to run the ball. Once you get to the playoffs, I get it. Defenses take over. It gets a little bit more conservative, all of those things. I'm with you, man. I'm not arguing with you on that, but I'm not going to overreact after one game. I'm just not. I got people giving up on Jalen Phillips. And I could tell you didn't watch Jason Taylor his first and second years. I mean, it wasn't like he was dominating. He got run over a lot. He did a little better in pass rush, but again, it's only one game. But I don't know. Maybe Jalen Phillips ends up with 8 sacks this year. I don't know. I have no idea. And I thought Allen had an interesting thought where he said maybe this week, because it's Josh, they tell him, yo, dude, unleash the Kraken. Just go after the quarterback. Don't worry about setting the edge. Don't worry about dropping back and pass. We got that covered. You get after the quarterback. Go get that dude. And he is a big athletic dude that can chase after another big athletic dude. But am I supposed to give up on Jalen Phillips already too? All right, after Rousseau got 2 sacks in the preseason, we had people freaking out. And I'm a Rousseau guy. But I'm not going to give up on Jalen Phillips. Let's give him some time. He's playing. Unlike Noah Igbenogany, who cannot play and they can't afford to play him. That's just the bottom line. The numbers game has got Noah out. And that's just the way things have developed. What are you going to do? Take time away from Nick Needham? Hells no. And you're not benching any of your edge corners. So we're going to get Jalen Phillips an opportunity to make mistakes, which he's going to make plenty, to get beaten. If you watch that game, it looked to me like he was getting better pass rush as the game went on. And this is part of technique. He's got to learn how to use his length. He's got to get stronger, which they all have to get stronger when they get to this level. We can't give up on players that easily. Patriots broke 135-yard run. They averaged 3.1 yards a carry after that early run. You take that for 17 games if you can. You're right. And after they got that 35-yard run, they ended up punting. So they were bending, but they didn't break. And it's what Allen said. There was a lot of that last season. And I got to tell you, if you're going to bend and not break, I'll take that over breaking all the time. Okay? I'll take that. Let's see. Yeah, but Big O, do you think they were premature in giving him that big contract? Who are we talking about, doggy? Jose, I don't know who you're talking about. Jason Phillips is double team a lot. I don't know who you're talking about, the big contract. Are we talking about Jones? Who are we talking about? Let's see, what else do we have here overall? Let's see. But people crowning Tua is ridiculous. He still needs to keep showing. Nobody's crowned Tua. Nobody's crowned him. We can all make our predictions, just like you can make your predictions that somebody's going to be bad. Somebody can make a prediction that they're going to be good. Okay? It's all fair. So I haven't heard anybody say Tua arrived. Nobody has said that. I think he's going to have a good year. But the same way that I said he had a good year, I've predicted others to have bad years, or coaches that are terrible, or whatever it is, or the Ndamukong Suh contract was stupid. So plenty of things you can predict, good or bad. It goes both ways. But I don't see anybody on the text line, anybody emailing me, anybody sending me a tweet that says Tua is the bomb. He's elite. He's already one of the better quarterbacks in the league. Not one person has said that. Now, a lot of us can be hopeful that Tua will be good, and some of you out there are going to be that Tua sucks and he doesn't have an arm and that he's short and he's left-handed. That's the other thing. Oh, he's left-handed. You can't be good if you're left-handed. Like, you know. Paul Curry says, Big O, my B-days today. Also, can I get a shout-out to Paul in Connecticut? Beat the Bills for my B-day. Paul, happy birthday out there, my brother. Thank you out there. Appreciate you for always supporting the show. So happy birthday to Paul. Happy birthday to Dan Marino, and happy birthday to Jesse Davis. How about that? 3 amazing people celebrating birthdays today, because Paul is an amazing dude. He supports us. So all of you are amazing that support us. I ain't crowned Tua, but the media sure is crowning Mac. Yeah, they have. They have crowned Mac. They call him the next Brady. You're right about that. Yep. You are correct, sir. Oh, Josh Allen's contract, Jose, is what you were talking about. They had to pay it, man. They had no choice. Because you go into the foul, you let him play out, and then what? He's playing into his final season. And so it's just one of those things that you're probably, because this is his 4th year, if I'm correct. And you've got to pick up the option. You don't want him playing on the option. That just that's your quarterback. That's a bad precedent. The guy just had an MVP-like season. You're a Super Bowl contender, which, I hate to say it, but the Bills are the one of those few teams that you look at that can challenge Kansas City for the supremacy of the AFC East. I mean, the AFC East, the AFC. And so that's your leader. That's your guy. He was a monster last year. And so what are you going to do? Make him play into his final year without a deal? That sends a terrible message into your locker room. Because then if you treat him like that and he's your most important player, how are you going to treat all the other guys? So you have to take care of that deal now. Unfortunately, that's just they were in a spot that they had to do it, my friend. Now, if he regresses like, one guy thought he would, then yeah, it becomes a bad deal, unfortunately. But for now, this is the way you got to go. And remember, that new contract will start, because they didn't have to pick up the 5th-year option, so it'll probably start next year if I'm correct. So this is his final year of his rookie deal, and he won't even have to play in his 5th year on a rookie contract. It'll be already the new deal. Chris Adams, thank you, sir, giving us a little love on the super chat. Big O, I agree with you 1,000%. This team is young and has optimism. Chris Greer has built a championship team. It's a great coach. I expect big things. Well, they're not a championship team yet, but I think that they're headed in that direction with Greer, Flores, and Tua. I think eventually they'll get there. I'm hopeful that all of this will work out. I'm super impressed already with what's gone on and where they're at right now. To me, this is the best I've seen the Dolphins in a long, long, long time. The only thing that felt a little better for the moment is Jimmy getting the defensive players. Because obviously Jimmy sucked on the other side of the ball. He killed the offense. It's terrible. But he did do a great job with that defense, and then that defense helped bring us some entertainment for many years. Unfortunately, they didn't win anything, and that's where I think this franchise changes. I think they're going to win, actually. That's the difference. I think this will be a really good franchise when it's all said and done. N3ILA, or Neela, I don't know if that's what you want me to say. If Mac was so good, why didn't Saban start him instead of Tua? Tua beat him out. But don't leave the facts out, bro. Don't start. They don't want to hear facts, bro. Why do you think they want to hear facts? Why would they want to hear facts? Facts don't matter. It's whatever you want to believe. That's how it goes in this world. Doesn't matter what the facts are. I'm not going to believe it. Big O, I hope my email reached you. Much love, brother. I check my emails after the show, my man. So I will reach out to you. If you send me an email at bigoradioshow@yahoo.com, I will answer it later on in the afternoon, the evening. You'll get an answer from me there. Okay? Just so all of you will know. Let's see, what do we have here? Want to see something to make sure we good. Jimmy Amaya, thank you, sir. Giving a little love on the Cash App. Manuel Malo, thank you, sir. Giving us some love on the Cash App. Very kind of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What else do we have here? Let me see. Where are we at here? Let me check Venmo to make sure. Who else came in besides the boys here? Let's see. A little Venmo. No Venmo. Okay, excellent. So appreciate those of you that sent in a little love there. Remember, Cash App or Venmo, Cash Big O Show. That's Cash Big O Show. You know, it's crazy. And I play crypto all the time, as you all know, or not play, invest in crypto all the time. I'm not telling you to invest in this coin at all whatsoever. Just want you to know. Okay, before you, okay? But Miami Coin, as you all know, the city of Miami is the first city in the world to have its own digital currency. So Miami Coin was created, and it came out just a little over a month ago. And remember, we talked about Solana yesterday, and I told you guys, never, ever FOMO into something that is parabolic. And if you watch now, Solana's been going down. And you wait for the dip because there's always going to be a market correction. So Miami Coin came out and it went to 5.8 cents, I believe it was. And I saw it and all that, and I said, typical what I do is I wait. I said, let me see where it goes after, because it's going to dip. And it ended up dipping to 1.1 cent. Okay? So I said, yeah, let me invest in a little Miami Coin. And there you go. My money's tripled. It's now at 3 cents. Well, doubled in a way because the first third of it is my money. But yeah, there you go. So that's why I always tell you guys, patience. When you hodl, patience. And I'm not a financial advisor. I'm just a guy that loves the crypto market, and I invest in the crypto market. I'm going to give you guys a tip. I posted it on my Twitter page last night. I retweeted it earlier this morning. BitTorrent, BTT. You can get it on Voyager. You can get it on Gate.io, but Gate.io is a Canadian company, and the only way to fund your account is by transferring coin from one to another. And that's a little more difficult. With Voyager, you could just connect your bank account and you're in. Voyager has it, and right now BitTorrent is not even at a penny. It's just under half a cent. BitTorrent has teamed up with Tron. The Tron blockchain. Tron has 4 times the transactions that PayPal has. The BitTorrent blockchain now is also going to be user-friendly in the sense of it's going to connect with Binance, Ethereum, and Cardano, the 3 biggest blockchains right now in the world. It intends on connecting with Cosmos and Polkadot and Solana and all the other ones too, because it intends on going everywhere. Plus, it will be it won't be deflationary. What else was I going to tell you? There was a couple of other things that I want to remember about Binance. I mean, about BTT. So it is there. Oh, on the 31st of October, they will announce I think it's a hard fork, and they're going to have layer 2. So layer 2 will allow them to add it, which bridges layer 1 and 2, which allows them to shard and to have more transactions. So BTT is about to go into a growth phase. And right now it's at just under half a cent. Let me see if I can pull it up for you here on it. Right now it's at just under half a cent. And let me tell you something, folks. If you can get BTT right now, go for it. Yeah, it's still half a cent. You see it there? Half a cent. Or under half a cent, 4.1. I think this thing's going to soar, okay? And it might get to, a couple pennies. It might get to a quarter. It might get to 50 cents, whatever. But BitTorrent eventually, and this is not a short hold. This is a long-term hold. I've had BitTorrent for a while. But I will say, I will admit I'm adding more BitTorrent now because when October 31st rolls around and it starts catapulting, then you've got people that want to FOMO in, and here's your opportunity. Not a financial advisor. I'm not telling you do that. You do your own homework and check it out. But just like I've given you the tips with Cardano when it was at 90 cents and $1, and VeChain when it was at 5, 6, 7, and 8, 9 cents, and Ethereum when it was down at 1,500 and 1,700 and 1,800, I told you to get on Ethereum, and all the other things that I've told you that pretty much I've been on target with all the coins. You've made money on all the coins that I've told you. You can already sell out of the coins that I've told you. When I told you Ethereum was at 1,700, when it got to 4,000, you could have sold out. You could sell out now in the middle of the 3,000s, and you're making plenty of cash. VeChain's at like 15 cents. If you got it at 5, 6, 7 cents, you can sell out and make some money. You know what I mean? Cardano, you got it at $1, $2, $5, 99 cents. It's been in 240s, 250s, even $3. You could have gotten out and made plenty of money. So I have not misled you. I'm not saying that I'm perfect because I am far from perfect. Ask my wife. I like BitTorrent a lot. I like it a lot. And I think eventually it's going to grow. So just a little tip. You can find it on Voyager. And good luck to you if you want to. Do your own homework. Make your own decisions. It's your own money. I am just going to give you a tip. That's all I'm going to say. All right? So that's my crypto tip of the day for those of you out there. Thoughts on the new Maiden album? I love it, bro. I love it. I actually think it's better than not Book of Souls. What is it? Frontiers, whatever. Oh God, what's the name of that album? 2 albums ago. I think it's better than that one, actually. It's really good. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it a lot. Let's see. What else do we have here? Battle Royale between Coach Flo, Vrabel, Dan Campbell, and Sarah. Sarah. Who's Sarah? Is that are you talking about, Salah? You're talking about the Jets coach. Oh, you're going, I don't know. Big O heading to Miami tomorrow morning for my first home game ever. Hope to see you post game. Well, Ohio John, come on over to the post game, bro. We'll be there for a couple of hours after the show. It's 15 minutes away from the stadium, the Sports Grill in Miami Lakes, right off the Palmetto. What you do is the stadium's on 27th Avenue. Take it south and you run in right to the highway, the Palmetto, and then you take that highway west, and then you get off on 154th Avenue. As you turn the bend, it's the first exit off the bend, 154th, and then you hang a right, and we're right there. It's really easy to get to from the stadium, actually. Super simple to get from the stadium. So I look forward to seeing you on Sunday, Ohio John. Thank you, sir, for coming on out there. And by the way, you got to, when you get to Ohio John, order some special grilled wings, dude. Okay? You will remember me forever. Those are the finest wings on the planet, all right? The special grilled wings. I can eat those things forever, every single day if I be dangerous, but I can do it if I wanted to. Liam will be our future at right tackle. I don't agree with Omar that he will play left guard. Liam is a tackle, not a guard. Well, we'll find out, man. Time will tell us all about all of that. Let's see. What else do we have in there? Where can I buy BTT coin? Like I said, Voyager. Voyager is the place where you can get it. Okay? It's a decent app, man. They do a good job. I can't get it on crypto.com, which is my favorite. They don't have it. They don't have every coin. You know? Like I love Veracity, but I had to get it on gate.io. There are certain coins that I could not get. Cody. Now Coinbase added Cody. And I love Cody. I've had Cody for a while on gate.io. On gate.io, I've had to get Theta. I love Theta. There's no Theta on crypto. There's no Theta on Coinbase. So I had to get it on gate.io. Ecomi. Love Ecomi. I could not get that anywhere. I had to get it on gate.io. Veracity. VRA. Love that. I got it at 13 cents. I got it at 1 cent, 1.3. 0.013, and now it's at 0.38. So I've more than tripled it now at this point. Let's see. StormX is another one. You can get StormX. That's a good coin, not a great coin. I wouldn't tell you to, go crazy on StormX, but I love, man. I'm a big Cody guy. Theta, Chili's, Ecomi, Veracity, BitTorrent. Those are some that I really like that are kind of a little bit off the beaten path, and you got to kind of really follow hardcore to kind of know those. Theta is still, let me tell you something, at $6.90, it's still a hell of a deal right now, Theta. Still a hell of a deal. And that's the key, finding the right coins and finding deals right now, because everything is up in the market. That's why I tell you that BitTorrent has not gotten on this bandwagon with everything else. It still has held its price down. And I've been telling you VeChain too. VeChain was in the 11-cent mark. Now it's back up to 12 cent, and it's going to go back up again. It was recently at 15 cents. 15 cents it was. So it's going to go back, and it's going to go past that. VeChain was at 24 cents before the market correction overall. And VeChain is going to explode in my eyes. So there you go. All right. Those are the tips that I have for all of you out there. All right. But BTT, just saying, it's a decent deal right now. Anyone ever notice he's only played 10 games? Clown? I don't know who that is. Who's he talking about? Jeremiah? Who are you talking about, Jeremiah? You got to be talking about Tua, right? Because it's only 10 games, right? Yeah, I know. To make any determination on Tua now is just asinine. So there you go. Troy T says, Tua's not the guy, fellas. You'll all see by the end of the season, Watson will be our QB next season. I completely disagree, Troy. I think it's silly to make any kind of determination on Tua right now. I think he's got the goods to be one hell of a quarterback for your team. So we'll see. We shall see. What else do we have here that I wanted to talk about by the way, goodbye, Ryan Braun from the University of Miami. Of course, the Milwaukee Brewers. I believe it's their home run king for the Brewers. The 37-year-old is retiring. And I just want to say, Ryan, I know you more for being a scumbag than I do a baseball player or a Cane. I'm embarrassed that you are a former Cane, unfortunately. I hope they never allow you on the campus of Coral Gables. And it's not because of the steroid or the cheating stuff that he got busted with. That sucks. But I can forgive you for that. Because you tried to get somebody fired because you were lying and you wanted to hide your lie, that's the part that I will never forgive Ryan Braun for. You're going to try to fire an innocent human being that is working for, to provide for his family, has nothing to do with your cheating, and your scum ass is going to try to get him fired. Him and Armstrong, right, who was threatening people also because he wanted to hide his cheating so badly that he was willing to ruin other people's lives. Look, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to make mistakes. I'm going to make mistakes. I'm going to make way more mistakes than most of you. But what we all have to do as human beings, men, women, whatever, is take accountability for our mistakes. We don't try to take down other people to hide our lies. That's disgusting. That's unacceptable. And I've told you this many times over on this show, right? Sorry doesn't fix everything, dude. And I don't give a shit that you're a Cane. Because, we have those pathetic fans that it's like, well, he's a Cane, bro. Give him a break. No, screw you, bro. You're an asshole. You were trying to fire somebody because you're a liar. Instead of saying, I got busted. I was trying to get ahead on the game, which we all understand. In sports, we understand, dude, there's a lot of money on the line. You're trying to win. You try to do whatever you can. I get it, bro. Bill Belichick's filming. You're juicing. The other guy's corking his bat. I get it, man. You're injecting the horse. I get it. There's competition, and you're trying to get an edge. Back in the day, what'd they do? Like put plaster caster in their wraps, right? In boxing, right? They did some of that kind of stuff. And that's why they have all that stuff now for many decades now, where they check your gloves and all that. So I get it, man. Cheating has been happening in sports forever. And while we can forgive you for that, but we can kind of understand. I can never understand Ryan Braun and Lance Armstrong trying to hurt other people in order to hide their lies. So this is a guy that since that moment, I have rooted against him and will root against him for the rest of his life. I will not forgive this guy for that. Ever. Can't. It's not in my DNA. It'll never be in my DNA. We don't go hurting other people because of our mistakes. That's just not the right thing to do. Ryan Braun, you stand for nothing, sir. So don't really care how you end your career, where you go. Just disappear, bro. Get the hell off the map. The NBA, their countdown show. Can I say I'm rooting for somebody? Is that all right? Because the NBA countdown, as you all know, Maria Taylor, super talented, great personality, knows her shit, okay? She's good. And she ended up obviously getting mistreated in ESPN, left for NBC. Good for her, bro. She did Olympics. She was doing NFL now. She's all over the place. She's fantastic. And we all know it cost Rachel Nichols her job because she was being malicious in the process, which unfortunately she ended up getting what she deserves because that was just absolutely uncool and uncalled for what she did. So they say they're deciding between Michael Eaves, Elle Duncan, and Michael Eaves is a solid pro, dude. I like him. And Elle Duncan is actually, she's cool. I like her. She's got a personality. She's got some spunk, right? But I don't want either one of them to get the job. Cassidy Hubbard is also mentioned as the third person. That young lady has paid her dues. Just like Malika is getting an elevation, do me a favor, bro. Give the people that have paid their dues the opportunity. Let's not use politics. Don't, give people who have worked hard for it. And that young lady, Cassidy Hubbard, has worked hard as hell for that opportunity. She's got the respect of the media community. I think players like her deal with her. I think she does a really good job on the air and their delivery. She's got personality too. Saw her the other day and she was, cracking some jokes and having some fun. I think she would be a terrific host for NBA Countdown. I am rooting for Cassidy Hubbard. I hope she gets the spot. She deserves it, dude. Okay? As much as I like the other two, I got nothing against the other two. I think Michael Eaves is a pro. And I think Elle Duncan is fun. I really do. But Cassidy Hubbard, man, she really deserves the opportunity in a business that I know is full of just stupidity and politics, and good people get screwed all the time. I hope they don't do it to Cassidy Hubbard. That's just me. I hope she gets the job. Troy agrees. He says Cassidy Hubbard is great. She needs a chance. Love her personality. Drago says, Big O, I love Tua. Quick recognition of plays and quick release. You watch the media. We'll pick up on that later. I didn't think he would make it since he had so many top players at Bama. I was wrong. Well, let's hope so, man. Right? Time will answer all of this. That's the beauty of this. Time will answer it all, and we'll figure it all out. All right, folks, we are going to wrap it up here on the show. We've done a solid 4 hours already on the program. We started at 9:30. It is 1:30, baby. So we appreciate all of you out there. Remember, reach out to us by email, bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. That's bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Reach out to me if you happen to have radio sales experience too. Reach out to me because we can talk. Also, remember, support us at Cash App or Venmo, Cash Big O Show. Twitter, Big O Show. Follow us there. And, of course, thanks to all of you on YouTube. Thank you to all out there who are downloading the show madly every single day and just giving us some whopping ass numbers. They are absolutely phenomenal. We will see you tomorrow, same time, same place, same bat chat.
Blind ass fan alert. Look out, everyone. We've got a blind ass fan coming through.